Well, the countdown begins to turn up the heat a little bit as we are seeing the countdown timer presented by Perico Energy Drink set to go racing for the first time with pre-final action in your 206 Masters. We welcome you to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Championship live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. I'm Caleb Hurst. Alongside me is Jackson Lambros as we get set to go racing here today in the racing action with 206 categories, KA and shifter racing. To wrap up the afternoon here, we're going to have you live on Kart Chaser Premium to see who comes out on top to determine the champions in a few short rounds. And of course, everyone's getting excited, a little bit of fist bumps going on, camaraderie amongst the 206 Masters. Jackson, we saw a lot of great qualifying efforts here today, some great drivers making debuts in certain classes, and a couple of new faces and new names in other classes here today joining us this weekend.
And a few growing pains. We saw a couple of offs here as, again, guys are getting used to these new classes, this new layout that we're running. So a couple of kinks that we're starting to see some guys work out with. But it's time to really lock in as we look at this national short layout using that hook on the bottom left of your screen. 3/4 of a mile, 12 turns, and there is something for everybody. High speed, left-right combo to get us started, kind of cutting that big hairpin in the inner loop before we work our way down the long straightaway of turn 7 and the boot at the very bottom of the racetrack. Karts rolling out, though, for our first pre-final of the day, the Briggs & Stratton 206 Masters.
And as they make their way out onto the track, we'll give you your starting lineup. Of course, the pre-finals are 8 minutes plus an additional lap around the circuit. So we'll wait for them to get themselves rolling here. Give you your starting lineup for today's racing action for the Luau 50 here today. On the pole position is going to be David Glowina, followed by Alan Elwood, Derek Hastings in P3, followed by Matthew Lida and Matt Geis, your 5 drivers competing. And then you have a couple of more coming up through the running order as well. Todd Davis, along with Chris Gorman, Austin Winter, Daniel Fryer, and Mike Doty to round out your 9-cart field as they come through. And we get set to go racing here today in your KA Masters. Lined up 2 by 2 to turn them loose here as they enter out of turn number 12 to get set for 8 minutes of action. Coming into the tram line, lined up 2 by 2. We are happy to have you with us here at the track and around the world. Into the start box. Everything looks clean and green for your drivers. Everyone looking to get set to go racing. Glowina, Elwood, lead us to the charge. Green flag is out, and we're racing for the first pre-final event of the afternoon. And already, the 691 machine of David Glowina gets a great jump on the bottom of the racetrack and sets himself up through, following right behind Derek Hastings, Matthew Lida, as we see Elwood dropping back to P4.
Boy, that inside line was absolutely the place you wanted to be, as I think there was a little bit of pushing and shoving, helping that top 3, Glowina, Hastings, and Lida kind of get their way through and clear Elwood as they start to drop back. But with how slow and how aggressive we see some people, we stay clean and green, but we already want to see a lead change as there's a big dive as we work down into the hook for the first time. Major scraps. We're 3 wide going into the hook for the first time. And it is a good mix of TKG's, couple of unmarked carts, but everybody getting their fangs out early here in the 206 Master Pre-Final.
Here they come to put the first lap up on the board. Across the line, it's a drag race between Derek Hastings and Alan Elwood to lead us into the first opening lap. That was a close fight there as Hastings drops back to P2. Alan Elwood, now your race leader at the moment. He'll stretch it out to about a cart length advantage for the time being. Your top 3, and then throw in Matthew Lida in 3rd position. He's always going to be fun to watch as they come over into the little bank corner or the little hook right there, and then heading up the hill they will go Elwood stretches it out to about another kart length as we have a battle for second. Lyda looks to the inside, drops back in line to set himself up.
And those are your two championship leaders, first and second, and now Lyda wants to get back in front of his adversary. Big sneaky dive there, going into the hook, and is able to get that move back. A little bit of a peek there from Hastings trying to get that spot back, or excuse me, Elwood. But now that makes it a widening of the championship for the time being. Still plenty of time, 5 minutes to go, and a lap. But this is exactly what Matthew Lyda wants, to stretch that championship gap, give himself as much insurance as possible before we head into the final further on this afternoon. Still some movement further up. Matthew Lyda wants to continue pushing his way to the front of this field, but there is a big train of karts behind nipping at his heels that he's got to deal with first.
Glowina still sits in the fourth position, trying to see if he can find his way back up to the front of the field. It's a 5-kart pull away from the rest of the competition. Gorman leads that second group in 6, as Elwood's doing exactly what he needs to do, looking to collect his first win of the season, the defending 206 Masters champion, wanting to try to defend his title once again as he heads down across the start-finish line. 5 minutes to go. Here's the pass for third, right behind Glowina. Gets around Hastings for the position, and now moves up to third.
Fastest lap last time by Matthew Lyda with a 5.8.279. It's a 5.8.437 from your race leader, Alan Elwood, as we continue to see this scrap for the bottom step of the podium. Hastings trying to get that move back on Glowina. Can't get it done. And now that's bringing Matt Geist back into the mix in that white-bodied orange helmet machine. So a little bit of a scrap further back. And now there's a battle for the lead. Lyda right on the rear bumper of Alan Elwood. No move yet. Here comes Geist with a peek into the hook. The long left-hander. And that'll be 2 spots lost for David Glowina.
Yep, Geist and Gorman will get around him for those positions. Welcome to the top 5, gentlemen, as there you see the 17 of Davis hit a little bit of the gravel right there as he comes off of turn number 12, and across the line they will go, and we go back up to the front of the field. Elwood now just setting the pace, Lyda staying tucked up behind. These two trying to work together, see if they can pull away from the rest of the field from these competitors. You don't want to have the chance of losing time as we go back a little further and watch this battle from fourth on back as we watch Elwood. Here's the pass for the inside. Couldn't make it stick though for Lyda. He'll drop back.
This is the exact championship battle we've seen at the front all season long. Taylor Lyda versus Elwood, and already a big gap. 1 kart around at the top of the hill. We'll get a number plate for you as soon as possible, but he just wanted to get off the track, and it is the 33 of Austin Winter who's trying to self-service that and push that kart back on track. Heartbreak for the 33. Another kart kicking up dust further up.
How about Glowina closing in on your top 2 as we see some more side-by-side action. 3 minutes to go, and as they head down across into turn number 1 and 2, no major issues right now for Lyda and Elwood. They are just trying to keep logging laps. We're probably not going to see any issues or passes here. And just as I say that, here comes Lyda. He saw an opening. He decided to take it. New race leader, Matt Lyda, leads the way here at MCC. Elwood looks over the shoulder, see what the gap is between him and third as they come up to the top of the hill. So far, Glowina has closed the gap now.
That was an expensive move there from Lyda to take that lead. Yes, he's out in front, but that immediately in a snap has brought David Glowina in the 691 right back into this mix. And a 2-car duel for the lead has become a 3-car freight train. Glowina, what's the move from him at the back? Does he play the patience game for the next 2 minutes, or does he immediately try to sandwich himself between the two? He'll prefer the latter. A look to the inside into turn number 1 on Elwood, and that's a done deal.
Yep, he felt the momentum was in his favor. He decided turn 1 is the best passing zone here at MCC. He made it stick and made it work. Gives a signal over to Elwood. Let's work together and close the gap onto Lyda as they come out on to turn 4 and 5 into the shortcut over towards the S's. They will make the run through. And so far, your top 3 putting on a stellar fight here in the pre-finals as they come up to the top of the hill. This is another passing opportunity we will see No one's going to make the effort here yet with a minute and a half to go plus a lap. Seeing what Elwood can do here, as he's got a little bit of time and plenty of room to make it work. As they watch further back, you have a little bit of a battle for the 5th spot with Geis, Gorman, and Davis.
Looks like the front nacelle there of Lyda out in front is just slightly bent. I'm not sure if that was from contact or something that was maybe an intentional move here to do the arrow. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but might be something that needs to be checked on for the 9 kart as we continue to watch this freight train further back. Derek Hastings, Matt Geis, Chris Gorman, and Todd Davis battling to be the best of the rest as this 3 kart freight train up in front is starting to get spicy as well.
Closing in here in the conclusion of this pre-final for your KA Masters. Here we go. Pass for second happening between Elwood and Galawina. Elwood tried to over-under or cross him up, but could not make it work. They're going to lose time. You can see the frustration of Elwood knowing he had the pace to get around. Galawina goes on the defense as they come across the line. That is going to be not what we needed to see happen for Elwood and allows Lyda to pull away.
You got to get that frustration from Elwood. We have not seen Galawina in this championship at all this year. He wants to prove his pace early on, sure, but all this is doing is spreading that gap in the championship points. Elwood going to try another shot. Tries to run a fade to the inside through the first inner loop. Launches on the exit side by side as we work our way to turn number 7. It'll be a lift from Galawina to give that spot to Elwood, but it is going to be a very big gap here that Elwood now has to overcome. Think it might be too little, too late here, Taylor.
The gap is half a second between your top 2, so they have a little bit of work to do here as they come to get the white flag one more time around for Elwood and Lyda. Lyda currently is getting a good pace here. He's got plenty of room to work. He'll now set it across the line. White flag in the air, and he is comfortably a second ahead. It's pretty much going to have to be a mistake from Lyda for Elwood to close.
So now you got to ask yourself, does trust go out the window? If they know that Lyda's going to run away with this, are we going to see a move back from Galawina to take P2 back? He's certainly in striking range, but I don't know how much he wants to risk. We've got still a whole final going on later on this afternoon. Does the risk outweigh the reward? Is there enough pace in the 691 to close that gap? A little bit of drafting range down the straightaway for the final time. It will not look like it'll be enough as Elwood able to fend off from the 691 of Galawina, but that move from Elwood in the 5 was too little, too late. Out of the final corner, Matthew Lyda gonna take the checkered flag to take the pre-final win. He will be in the prime position for the final. Alan Elwood, P2, and it will be David Galawina home in 3rd. Derek Hastings in 4th in a drag race further back in the line. Chris Gorman able to barely fend off Matt Geis. Then it's Todd Davis and David Fryer rounding out your top 8.
Great fight up here, and it's going to be exciting to see if Alan Elwood can find his way through. Here's the rest of the field. Running order of the race, Mike Doty, the only driver to DNF here today, and Galawina has got some work to do here for racing action today, and we'll see what he can do as we get set for one of our 2 multi-class events. It's the 206 Juniors and the 206 Cadets next on the docket. It's Keegan Schneider on the front row with Homer Heyman, Leighton Mole and Adler Klein in row 2 with Isaiah Maxey and Will Wilkie in 6th position. Row 4 will find William Richards and Cooper Mull. Ryder Nesbitt and Trevor Perfetti round out your top 10. Engines have fired for your 206 juniors and cadets as we get set for more racing action here at MCC in your pre-finals. And we're going to be excited to see how this all plays out amongst our competitors here today. Of course, only one cadet driver. So for Drew Schneider, it's pretty much just a day of driving around, learning a little bit more what he can improve on to hopefully one day race against the 206 juniors in future competition. As he makes his way out onto the circuit along with the rest of the competitors here in 1 minute as the lights are going out. It is luau time here today. There was going to be a special rental kart endurance event happening later today, but unfortunately did not get to happen. But it does not mean we can still keep up with the Hawaiian spirit, as we see some of our track officials and crew members out there with Hawaiian shirts and other Hawaiian attire and getting set ready for some fun and under the sun later on this afternoon.
You know what? We get enough theme games in regular sports. We need to see that more in motorsports. And I big hats off to MCC for letting us have some fun and do kind of a theme day like this. We kind of had that a couple months ago as well with El Battalion de Kart, but like huge fan of that. So big check up here, trying to slow up this junior field, and it is the other Schneider, Tegan, out in front alongside Heyman in the 43. Some big weaving, trying to get as much heat into that rubber as possible as we get set for 8 minutes and 1 lap of 206 action.
Field now works their way through a total of 13 different karts racing here today. As they enter into the slowdown zone, officials giving them the warning like, hey, let's slow it down. Let's not have a false start. We'll get ourselves ready to go racing here today. As they come up through the tram line to get set to go racing for the next 8 minutes. And here we go, racing. Schneider, Heyman looking to see what they can do. Mole, Klein, Maxi, and Wilk are really ones to watch as well. There you see Schneider in the background just wanting to just avoid the chaos that happens on the opening lap. We get the green flag and away we go. Oh, Schneider gets a good run on the red speed machine, checks out to the race lead, but here comes a couple of others trying to over-under as they clip the curbing a little bit. Heyman and company now move up to P2 and hold position. And there you see a couple of other drivers giving some hand signals, trying to see what they can do to accomplish on the opening lap.
Good start there from Leighton Mole in the 25, gating that spot over Homer Heyman and make the most out of that inside line in the whole shot. Believe that's Will Wicke in the 84 in that mix side by side coming out of turn number 7. One kart around in some big frustration. Who is that around in the crest? It's the 32, and it's Ryder Nesbitt, who is already essentially out of the mix.
Nesbitt in the VLR machine really not having a great start to this race here as they try to get themselves reorganized and ready to go. There you see the battle for the race lead as they come across the line. Schneider, Heyman, Mole, and company. It's Mole who's moved up to second there as he is on a great run right now with that great jump. Inside lane coming to his advantage with that Burrell art as they head down into the corner. So far, no passing setting up here just yet. I think Mole is going to work with Schneider, see if they can try to keep away from Maxi and company.
Great start as well. We haven't talked about him. William Richard in the 587 rolled off 7th, gained himself 3 spots in the whole shot. He's just a little bit further back there in that TKG machine, but it is already a battle for the lead out at the front of your field. A little bit of a look further back. Will Wilkie trying to get a dive to the inside, makes that move done at the very point of the hook. Great move there from the 84.
Everyone's single file for the time being, not wanting to push the envelope. Still early on, a lot of things can happen. Plenty of time to make up ground on your competitors or on the position you're aiming for as the field works their way through towards the back half of the course so far. And a little bit of a slide right there from Schneider, able to be careful on the braking on there. Don't want to be giving too much of a slide, lose that momentum, and Schneider loses a little bit of time right there on Mole as they come up to the top of the hill. Sorry about that. Mole losing time on Schneider as they come up to the top and make their way into the hook. A couple of karts showing the nose, not really wanting to make a pass, just seeing if there's an opening. But so far, patience is virtuous for them as here comes Mole. Try to go around the outside, couldn't make it work. Stays back in line behind Schneider.
Kid from Lafayette, Indiana, who has been running full-time in CKNA, is no stranger to running in this power plant and is continuing to look for a move around Tegan Schneider. Still cannot find a way around, but with just under 5 minutes to go, he is in the prime spot to wait and make a move. This is that 40-mile-an-hour study session where you can kind of push the guy in front of you to make it a duel and wait until the prime spot to make that move for the win. The minute I say that, though, Tegan Schneider starts to activate the wick and get himself a little bit of a gap from that race leader, from your runner-up. So those two starting to spread out just a little bit further back. Isaiah Maxey, Homer Heyman starting to go at it, with Alder Klein and others starting to make a 4 or 5 kart freight train for that bottom step of the podium.
Good run from Mole right here as he gets up to the back bumper. He's going to try to get the stealth set up for a run for the race lead. And as he tries to just work with him a little bit more, keeps pulling away from Maxey. That draft is really helping those two pull away. Maxey has some help from Heyman, but I think they just don't have the pace right now. May have to wait to see if there's a mistake, as trouble for one driver looks like to be Hutchins has fallen off the pace as well as he goes back behind. So tough break for him as we watch up to the top of the field. Here comes this big gaggle of karts right now as they work their way across the line. 3.5 minutes to go, and we'll go a little further back here to 6 and 7 with Richards and Wilkie.
Homer Heyman in that fluorescent kind of green and blue, shaking that helmet. I believe a little bit frustrated from the bumper being used behind by Alder Klein. Now it's a look to the inside from Heyman, gonna try and lead this pack into turn number 1, and he'll get that opportunity. That brings William Richard, though, into that mix as well to make it a 3-kart pack. They can work together. I'm not sure if they can close that gap to these two leaders up here, but definitely can separate themselves from the rest of this field.
Do have a couple of incidents that are under investigation, which was result in a penalty. Will Wilkie receives a penalty for incident responsibility with the number 32 of Ryder Nesbitt. So tough break right there on the opening lap. He's going to be receiving a time penalty for his incident. As Adler Klein doing everything he can. He's at the fastest lap of the race so far with a new track record of 57.51 with 2 minutes to go. Maxey and Heyman and Klein doing everything they can. There you see Klein in the Tony kart trying to work with him as we have a pass for position further back with the machines of Drew Snyder also working his way through as we watch this group with the 97 machine, 587 of William Richards, Will Wilkie, who is going to receive that penalty, and then Cooper Mole in the hunt as well.
Lone Cadet Kart making moves further back in the pack, has gained 3 positions so far. Good stuff from Drew. But Tegan still remains your leader out in front, pulling Leighton Mole. Can she hold that position for the next 90 seconds and a lap? As now we've got another train starting to develop further back. Will Wilkie, Cooper Mole, and Trevor Perfetti, I believe, at the very tail end of that field.
Looks to be the case. Perfetti sitting P9 right now as he's got a little bit of work to do. As there you see Adler Klein in the 33, that Tony kart. Then you get to this group of 3 right here with Perfetti leading that group. And here comes a pass to the inside. Beautiful drive right there for the 84 machine of Will Wilkie. moving up to 6th position.
Still in lockstep here, working out of turn number 6. As Cooper Mole at the back here has been studying these two going at it. Looks like there was a look from William Richard going into the hook. But we will not get that. It will be 2 laps to go. This time by. This is where the gloves start to come off. You've been waiting for the past 8 minutes to make a move, and this is where you've put yourself in a prime position to do just that. Are we finally going to see a move from Leighton Mole? Are we going to see the powder kegs in these two kind of packs further back explode? It's time to see another look to the inside here from Leighton Mole, but still nothing in this battle for the lead.
Well, you got to throw in the factor there, Jackson, that with how these 206 cars are, once you get them wound up and make a pass, if you start battling too much, you're going to start bringing in those other cars. So if I was Mole, I would wait till the last lap into the hook is where I would set my pass for the race lead up. As we see here a little further behind, you see Heyman go on the defensive against Klein, tries to low line it a little bit. Klein getting around the driver of Maxi for position as they snake their way out of the hook, heading into turn 12 to get the white flag one more time around. Klein giving a tap of the helmet, telling everyone, let's use our heads. We still got 1 lap, and here he comes across the start-finish line. And right now, no pass for Mole here at this moment. Heyman just being patient. Now we'll see Mole try to go a little bit higher arc into the corner, see if he can build up that momentum back up as they head down into turn number 4. He'll look to the outside, side by side, see if he can over-under, set himself up into turn number 5. Not going to work for him at this time. He's got to be careful, though, because here comes the hard chargers of Heyman and Klein as they come up to the top of the hill for the final time in your 206 Jr Pre-Final event. Will he look to the inside? No, he's going to go to the outside, see if he can dive it down to the bottom of the racetrack. Good fight for position here amongst these two future superstars of 206 Jr. But for Tegan Schneider, it's looking to be another pre-final victory here today out of turn number 12. How about Adler Klein moving up to P3? Great drive for him. And Tegan Schneider captures the flag in the pre-final event for your 206 Juniors.
Was a drag race to the line further back. Another drag race here with Richard and Mole. Good stuff no matter where you look in this pack. A plethora of battles, but it is Tegan Schneider able to fend off Leighton Mole. Looked like we were maybe going to see the same there from Homer Heyman, but he loses 2 spots on the final lap. Drops down to 5th with Adler Klein going to be starting on the inside of row number 2 alongside Isaiah Maxey for your final.
With that, we'll step aside and hey, thank you to some amazing partners here on Kart Chaser. Next on the docket is our 206 Senior Pre-Final event. And then we go shift to racing, and then it's time for the KA categories. Next on Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink. of Kart Chaser.
And we welcome you back here to Kart Chaser's coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Championship. Here's your starting lineup for the 206 Seniors. On the front row, it is Addison Iannello with James Overbeck there in second place. Wyatt Deegan in third with Braden Heber in row 2. Row 3 will find Garrett Hagerman with Gavin Degenhart in row 3, Skylar Perfetti and Tanner Gorman in row 4, and Brian Decker rounding out the field in 9th position. Jackson, I don't know if you had the chance to watch some older Kart Chaser events happening here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, but James Overbeck put on an astounding fight not long ago here at the SCUSA Pro Tour event happening here at this very track to take home his first national win in the KA category, and it is going to be one of excitement to see him here today competing with these drivers. And not very often you get to see a superstar like Overbeck competing here today in the club races, but we're happy to have him with us here today.
Hey, and how cool for Overbeck, the Cincinnati, Ohio kid, to get that national win in his home track. So going to be very, very cool to see if he can run that back again in the regionals here with MCC, the habitual offender, which we've seen regularly. But going to be very interesting to see what the full-time guys can do. Iannello, Deegan, Haber, and Hagerman. One of the smaller fields, which means the way we see these 206 act should be everybody on top of one another for the next 8 minutes. It's never a bad show in 206 Senior. We're about to get a good dose of it right here. Iannello and Overbeck on the front row, Taylor.
Here we go. The two Coyotes will lead us here to the green flag. Braden Heber, you know he's going to be a favorite to watch as well as they come out of turn number 12 and get set to go racing for the pre-finals. Into the tram line, they'll go 2 by 2 and get set to go racing. Everyone being calm, the calm before the storm, and get set. And here we go. Green flag in the air. It's time to go racing in 206 Senior. And already big time contact at Overbeck. Takes the race lead into turn 1 and 2 and has already pulled out ahead for a couple of kart lanes. Iannello dropping back to second, and then in third you will see Deegan, and there's Braden Heber in fourth as he tries to gather himself up and make a charge to the front.
What a monster start there from the outside for Overbeck as he is able to launch himself into this lead. Very rarely do we see the long way around work into turn number 1 and 2. But that was one of the best starts we've seen, so some major shuffling earlier on. But we immediately see everybody coexist and will stay green and clean through this first lap. Everybody single file to get us started.
Everyone now works their way around the circuit. So far, so good. James Overbeck just setting himself up for a good run. Then you got Heber and company, Deegan as well, trying to see what they can do to keep up with pace of the two Coyote machines right there leading the charge. They've closed in on Iannello for that second spot, and they'll try to see what they can do to go toe-to-toe with James Overbeck.
Already such an impressive 2025 campaign for James Overbeck. Obviously, this win here at MCC for the SCUSA Pro Tour USPKS. First round win at Daytona, King of the Castle victory in OKN, and then ran it back at Queen City Gambit. We'll see if he can bring this one home out in front and put himself in a prime spot for the final. Not if Addison Iannello has anything to say about it. They are all over the bumper of the 48 with Deegan and Haber just in lockstep further behind.
There was a warning, though, given, though, to our competitors that we see here between both our front row of Overbeck and Iannello. So no penalty, but just due to the fact, be careful with that jump start and they should hopefully not have any issues, but they will continue on with the action. Leading the charge, Iannello now sets fastest lap of the race. Those two with the two Coyotes will start to pull away as the Tony Kart of Wyan Deegan really showing some pace as he has caught the tail end with Braden Heber.
Lone Tony Kart there, third running right now, getting a little bit of help right now with a push from Haber. They need to do a pretty good amount of teamwork to try and close this gap to the front two. I think that's why we're seeing some reservation from Deegan right now, or excuse me, from Iannello. A little bit of a look there from Haber to take third, but knows what's at stake and how much time is still on the clock. Again, I think that's why we're seeing such reservation right now from Addison in second. The minute they try to push Overbeck offline, that is immediately going to put Deegan and Haber back into this mix. A little bit of a battle further back as well. Hagerman fending off from Degenhart, but it is 2 by 2 out in front for the time being.
Field now continuing to do what it needs to do. Overbeck is holding strong and just pacing the field right now, setting that tone as Iannello keeping up with a great run in second. The two Coyotes starting to continue to pull away from the Tony Kart of Deegan, who is having a great run here today as Deegan looks over the shoulder. Coming up over the hill, it's 2 by 2 by 2, and so far it's just pretty much smooth sailing. No issues, no pressure from anyone.
So last lap, these front two were running 57.4s. Deegan and Haber running 57.6. We're running back to the line here to complete lap number 4. What is that gap going to be this time by? 57.294. Another purple lap from Overbeck out in front. 57.6 is still, so 0.3 the difference right now between first and second, and that third and fourth pack just a little bit further behind. Overbeck and Iannello starting to break away from this field.
Keeping an eye here, it's pretty much 2 by 2 for everyone else. I mean, you have that group of two for your Iannello and Overbeck. Deegan and Heber are that second group, and then Hagerman and Degenhart also right there. Perfetti by himself, and then Borman. As here comes Heber to the inside, makes the pass on Deegan. And now can Braden Heber try to start making tracks? He set his personal fastest lap amongst him and Deegan. But those two are still, I'd say 0.3 of a second behind as far as pace with Iannello as well as also Overbeck.
And they're starting to get out of range where the draft is really in effect. But now Haber is already closing that gap. And now if you're Iannello, you suddenly see that gap widen with a look over the shoulder. And maybe the reaction is, maybe I'm now clear to maybe attack Overbeck for this lead.
Well, Iannello, I have to say, is going to be learning a lot more from Overbeck because you're talking about one of the top national guys, pretty much. So I think it's Overbeck taking Iannello to school, letting Iannello see what they can do in far as improvement. I mean, yeah, they set the fastest lap of the race so far, but Addison doing everything and as far as keeping up with the pace here. Heber's trying everything he can to close in, but it's not going to work with 2 minutes and plus a lap to go. There would have to be some major issues as here comes Iannello.
Here we go.
Down to the inside, and Overbeck's going to let her go and see what she can do as Iannello heads off into the race lead.
If I'm honest here, I think this is what Overbeck wants because this is going to give him a chance to swing back with 2 minutes to go on the clock. But now for the first time in this pre-final, we get to see the Lewis Center, Ohio kid try and defend from the national level driver. Has done a little bit of running in the KA100 side of things, but we've seen him a little bit more in the Briggs. So going to be very interesting to see what she can do to defend the national level driver.
Braden Heber has broken away from Wyatt Deegan, so pretty much, and it's pretty much going to be a settle for third as they come around with a minute to go. And Iannello leads this lap here and sets fast one of the faster laps of the race last time by with a 57.074. So setting a blistering pace here today.
Haber kind of in no man's land further back in third. So we'll focus on this duel out in front. Who's learning more from who in this scenario right now, Taylor? Because obviously, I think there's been a great gain for Addison in following the line and learning from Overbeck out in front. Is this more maybe Iannello learning how to defend from Overbeck, or Overbeck maybe studying Iannello's line as they take the lead for the first time?
Well, they're both in the Coyote machine, so I'd have to say for maybe it's both, more so of Overbeck going to be coaching Iannello as far as, hey, this is what you need to do here, this is where you need to place the cart, this is where you need to get off corner exit, or maybe breathe on the brakes a little bit, not slam on it too much to make it work. But so far, it's more of that, I would have to say, as a coaching, and that's what sometimes coaches will do. They'll lead a little bit and then follow behind to see where they maybe need to make adjustments on their driving line, as Iannello goes a little bit too wide right there, but not wide enough for Overbeck to take over the spot, as they will get the white flag next time by. As they come up to the top of the hill, no pressure whatsoever. They're just going to make their way down into the hook and get the white flag for Iannello and Overbeck, a Coyote 1-2 here in the pre-final.
I'll tell you what, whatever leading coaching has been in place is working. Another purple lap for Addison Iannello out in front of 57.074, as we'll see the white flag this time by. Can James Overbeck take that lead right back from the fellow Coyote, or is Iannello able to defend the Wonder Kid?
Well, he's got a little bit of work to do, because Iannello just set the fastest lap of the race again with an 0.21. Overbeck still just pushing, seeing what he can do to help push Addison to get herself up to a good run. And here he goes to the inside, makes the pass, and Overbeck's going to show it how it's done on the final lap here. Iannello will give a little bit of a push. Let's see if she can respond as they enter into the hook. As they come up to the top of the hill, Overbeck goes to the bottom. Iannello goes to the top. Let's see what happens as they cross their way through. Addison tries to set up a pass on the inside crossover. Goes of a wider arc. See if she can cut the corner a little bit. Not going to work for James Overbeck. This will be a win here in the pre-finals. Out of the final corner, Iannello tries to see if she can go around the outside. Not going to work. Across the line, drag race between the two, and it's going to be Addison Iannello and James Overbeck 1-2. Overbeck over Iannello. It's going to be a fun little fight there between them. Braden Heber rounds out your top three. Wyatt Deegan and Gavin Degenhart, your top five.
That was a battle in the mid-pack we really didn't pick up. Deegan, Degenhart, and Hagerman all kind of turning into a doghouse there in that final lap, and that ends up with Degan up on top over Degenhart. What a battle, though, out in front between our two Coyotes. Addison Iannello barely able to not close that gap to James Overbeck. 0.032 your gap. We're rowing gears in just a couple moments time when the junior shifters are on track right here on Kart Chaser Grassroots.
as we get
having a
set here.
discussion in the having a discussion and trying to do some investigative journalism, and we can confirm that it is Diego Ramos in the pits there. We're trying to figure out if it was, but we say hello to Diego from the broadcast booth as Mole is waiting for Katowski to catch up here for the Junior Shifter Pre-Final.
Looks like we're missing one driver in the Junior Shifter category. That is William Richards, who did not make it out onto the track. So a tough break right there for them as we get set ready to roll and find out if we'll actually get 3 karts or just the 2 amongst the 2 competitors here racing with us in Junior Shifters.
So there's Katowski you just saw through the hook in the 92, and that's how far up the field Leighton Mull is. So very strange rollout here. I'm curious what the approach is going to be. You've got a very slow Katowski right now, who's able to get it going once again. We'll check it out now, waiting for Katowski. Here he comes. Yep. There we go.
So unlike what we will see in the pro shifters with a standing start, it looks like we're going to do a rolling start here for our shifter categories here and just take their time a little bit, make sure they get the ball rolling for them as Nico Katowski. Of course, this is new for here with the racing, and drivers just getting used to learning how to drive these shifter carts in the junior category, a brand new platform that we see here at MCC as they come their way over into turn number 12 to get set to go racing for the next 8 minutes plus an additional lap, and hopefully we'll have ourselves a good fight. There you see the owner of the track, Sean Bailiff, giving a little bit of a warning. Like, hey, this is the start zone. Make sure you go here. Mind your P's and Q's. Stay in the tram lines. Don't cross over. And we'll get set to go have a great little race between it. You only need 2 to make it a race, and we're going to see that here in the Junior Shifter Pre-Final between Leighton Mull and Nico Katowski. Into the tram line, green flag is out, and away we see Leighton Mull and Nico Katowski lead the charge, heading over into turn 1.
And it is the driver from Lafayette, Indiana, who is going to take off in first over Nico Katowski. And the question is Leighton Mull going to be able to pull away? Can Katowski keep this gap close? 8 minutes.
And so far, Leighton Mull is just doing what he needs to do, hitting his marks, being aggressive on that, just really seeing how well that kart slides its way through out of the hook and heading into turn number 12, and then just goes through the gears and makes sure, looks over the shoulders to see what the gap is, and we'll see how it works out as a new lap record for Leighton Mull, a 53.429 to take the start of the race. Currently, the gap 0.7 of a second between your 2 competitors. Don't forget to follow us on all of our platforms on Kart Chaser to keep up with all the action in the world of karting here in North America. As we get set, follow us on Instagram at kart.chaser for more information.
Also follow us at KC Grassroots on Instagram. Always get that question when we're doing the regional stuff of people being unable to see our stuff. For all of the junior and Swift stuff, we have that on KC Kids. And for all of the regional stuff, it's on KC Grassroots. So always coverage for everything karting here in the United States. It is still Leighton Mull out in front, 52.108 that last time by, 53.893 for Katowski.
Really good drive right here by Leighton Mole. We'll see Mole later on today as well in other battles, and Katowski will also see competing as well in other events here. And as we watch on, 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go for Leighton Mole, just continuing to log laps, learning what they need to do as far as handling these carts around. As there you see Katowski, currently about 3.5 seconds, now make it 7.5 seconds behind Leighton Mole.
Here is the young gun from Oyster Bay, New York, Nico Katowski in the 92, working his way into turn number 4. Has been all over the place in 2025 Rotax US Trophy. Competed at Stars King of the Castle. And man, it's been some big moves in the past couple years. Started out in the Swifts and Cadet chassis, has just moved up to give KA100s a try, and this is one of the bigger steps up we will see getting into shifters at this young of an age. He's been taking it in major strides so far, though.
Really been a great drive for Katowski, as well as his brother Jack Katowski, who we'll see racing on later today as well, as those two have been putting on a great fight amongst them in their respective categories in karting. And of course, for Nico, just learning a thing or two about how to get around when it comes to racing in the shifter category.
Looked like a little bit of a hiccup there for Katowski, who was trying to get it back into gear. Personal best lap last time by for Katowski in the 92 of 53.175, Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about managing the shift points here with these shifter carts as well. You got to be careful with that, because that can be super detrimental for missing a gear. Even though right now it's not too big of an effort, it's only 2 carts, but still, just knowing where the issues can be as far as missing that gear could cost you valuable positions in a race. So, got to be careful with that here for the drivers that we'll see from Katowski. Leighton Mole continuing to set some blistering lap times right now. Just crossed over into the 52nd bracket right now. So really good pace for him as he comes across the line. There you see him again. Doesn't improve, but still has a blistering lap pace with a 59.8 for him. And I got to say, really looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future in the junior shifters. And kind of wish we could see these two race with the pro shifters later on.
We'll see in pro shifters already with a pretty good sized field. That's going to be a good show here coming up in just a few minutes time. Also really liking the helmet design there for Leighton Mole. I'm curious what the inspiration is there, but it's got kind of a rainbow vibe to it as he works his way through the hook. There we go. It's like a rainbow at the back there.
A little bit, I gotta say, but really good run for him right now as he'll come across the line with 2 minutes to go. And you always like to see that. That's one of the great things we have to say to picking out our drivers, because you think about it with these drivers, Jackson, everyone wears the same suits if they're part of the same organization or same chassis manufacturer. So that helmet is the telltale sign of who is driving behind the wheel of that kart. And we can definitely say with Nico Katowski and Leighton Mole, those two really two separate designs, and looking forward to seeing what they can do here as they head up to the top of the hill for Leighton Mole. See if he can try to break a little further down in the 52nd bracket.
Yeah, PSA for everybody, because we've had numerous championships in karts, and we understand that we are not top priority in what we do here. But if everyone's running unmarked helmets, it's very difficult for us sometimes to differentiate driver to driver, as we see Leighton will kind of get on the toolbox there and make some adjustments with the motor. But, I mean, different visor colors, different visor tints, even if you just got a sticker on the side of the helmet, that helps us figure out who it is on track. So we see a very colorful standout helmet from Leighton Mole. That makes it very easy for us here in the booth.
Certainly does here as Leighton Mole comes up to the top of the hill, and I think Nico Katowski has pulled it behind the pits. He is done, so should be getting the 2 to go signal this time by and continue on our way with the final laps.
Clouds starting to roll in here in Cincinnati, as shouldn't get much hotter than 81 degrees. Ambient will finally start dropping here about after 4 p.m. local. And fortunately, hopefully I don't commentator's curse this, no chance of rain throughout today and hopefully for the remainder of the weekend. White flag this time by for Leighton Mole.
One more time for Leighton Mole as he comes across the line here and see what he can do. He's running a 51.03 last time by, so he's got some pace and keeping it nice and consistent from start to finish here. So really looking forward to seeing what his drive can be throughout the rest of the racing action here today as he leads it into the final couple of corners for the final time here today. Great drive for the driver of the number 25.
A little bit of a slide there coming out of turn 5. Trying to uncork the pace in this 25 TKG machine through the hook. Can see how much the kart is binding up, trying to work around these corners. The long high G left-hander and works to the line. Leighton Mole, the last one standing, gonna be in the prime spot for the junior shifter final.
And it is now time for your pro shifters here. We'll hopefully see Katowski back out of here later on today in the racing action, but we'll stay tuned for that. Pro shifters next on the docket.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, it's time to see one of the most exciting forms of motorsports racing action. It is shifter time, and Jackson, I gotta say, when you see a pro shifter start, no matter whether it be the club, the regionals, or the nationals, a shifter start is one full of excitement, and you're about to see it here. Here's your starting lineup. Safahadik on the front row with Fred Robertson, Doug Duff, Paul Radzeski, Ben Lyda making his shifter debut with Chase Gilhart, your 6-kart field.
Some of the coolest things to watch here in karting, though, absolutely. Taylor, I mean, so much torque. Sometimes it feels like you can see them wheelie off of the line, sometimes going 3-4 wide into turn number 1, trying to make the most out of that hole shot. So this is going to be a very good show. Safahadik on the front with Robertson alongside. What can Doug Duff and Paul Radzeski do? Just behind. We'll have to do one more lap here to set it up, as some of the karts were a little bit slower to get started. Some guys not having push help. The 100 of Doug Duff kind of having to bobsled himself into the kart before firing it and going. That's the beauty of regional. Sometimes you don't have help and you got to self-service.
Yeah, you certainly do, and we'll see how this all plays out amongst the competitors as we get set to go racing here today. And we'll slow it down a little bit, get ourselves up to temperature. You want those tires up to temp here on these shifters very quickly, along with also just making sure all the engines, everything sounds good, your shift points sound okay, and get set to go racing here today as they crest over the top of the hill and head into the hook to start our racing action once again. We're happy to have you with us here on Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Championship, or if you're even watching and have double coverage, watching the Route 66 Sprint Series in Dousman, Wisconsin.
Should be a good show over there. Shout out to our boys, Caleb and Justin, bringing you coverage from Route for that finale. Still plenty of races to go here, though, for MCC. Great opportunity for Doug Duff in the 100 to close that championship gap to Nikolai Dukov. A no-show this weekend, but as we mentioned, a very good reason we don't see him here this weekend.
Here we go. Sean Bailiff. Gotta say, I love the purple Hawaiian we see right there as they enter into it. Get ourselves ready. A little bit of issues for one kart as he's trying to have a little issues trying to catch back up. That's the 39 machine of Gilhart. Bailiff gives the all clear. We're set. Lights are turning on. Get set and get steady. It's time for Shifter Kart Racing here at MCC. And we're away. Green flag, and one does stall as they continue on, but the 91 machine gets up ahead of the competition. That's going to be Lyda, I believe, or Safahadik, who leads us in the 291. Robertson, Gilhart, and company follow further back as they make the charge into turn 4 and 5.
It was trouble further back there for Paul Radzeski, who stalled at the line and had to get some help from Mr. Bailiff to get that thing rolling. Lyda with a very slow start, who was stuck behind Doug Duff, who bogged down at the launch, so that gives Safahadik a very comfortable gap to get this thing rolling. Already, though, Fred Robertson under pressure from Chase Gilhart in the 39, and just behind Duff, starting to close that gap in the 100 to complete lap number 1.
Already across the line, here is your top three. It's Haddock, Robertson, Gilhart, who looks to the inside. Move him up to P2 with a beautiful pass down to the bottom. And he will now try to see what he can do with that machine and trying to chase down his Burrell Art teammate.
49.996 to get us started that time from Safahadik. A 50.924. Again, can take that with a grain of salt because that was not at full song with the standing start. So we will have to see. This field has diluted very early on, though. The minute Chase Gilhart was able to get that kart in full song, he's gained that gap significantly. As Doug Duff, who we saw with issues in qualifying, spun it at that very spot at the point of the hook. Still maybe having some issues with the setup of that kart, as he tries to close that gap and get on the podium here in the pre-final.
See what he can do here as Doug Duff is working his way. He's got to deal with a little bit of pressure from Ben Lyda, who's starting to close back up, setting a good time. Good run for him in his shifter kart debut. as we keep an eye on the rest of the competition working their way through the turn 4 and 5 section. And so far, we'll see them work their way up to the top of the hill. And right at the moment, there you see the gap from each of our competitors. It's pretty much just everyone by themselves, by their lonesome, and what they can accomplish here and learn in this pre-final event.
Another purple lap that time by for Haddock with a 47.969. Chase Gilhart just there in pace with a 48.015. So staying even now with Haddock out in front, but needs to find a little bit more if he wants to close that gap to the front. It's the TKG driver from Greenville, Ohio, out in front. Safa Haddock the third.
Looking over right now, and both Safa Haddock and Chase Gilhart ran identical lap times last time by, as it's down 2.5 seconds as you see on screen, and as they cross the line now, Safa Haddock drops the hammer once again, but Gilhart responds with a 47.56. He's starting to kick in the afterburners a little bit and see if he can close in to a chance of a pre-final win.
Motorsport, very much a family affair for Safet and the Haddock family, as we normally see a ton of family members helping him out trackside. Very, very cool to see that level of involvement, although part of his development and his learning has been Safet learning how to wrench on karts himself. Been doing that since he's been running in Yamaha Sportsman, KA100 Jr. And that's a very, very good thing to have and not lean on team guys, factory guys helping you out for you to be able to give chassis feedback and make those switches, make those repairs if need be yourself.
Absolutely here as Safa Haddock continues to lead the pace here at the time being, and Gilhart trying to close up, but running out of time. They're on the same straightaway, but still a lot of things can still happen here between your two competitors as they head into the hook. Real good fight amongst them as they try to negotiate the situation you see here out of the final corner. 3 minutes plus a lap to go.
47.519. It's the purple lap that time by for Chase Gilhart, a 47.360. 2/10 up from your race leader, but with 3 minutes to go, it might be too little, too late for the 39 further back. We will have to see, as you can see your two leaders just on screen there.
Yeah, they're in the same shot, but I think they're just running out of time here in order to really make an effort and make a dent in the gap that we're seeing for Chase Gilhart. I think he's going to have to take something back from this pre-final and be ready for the finals in order to have a shot of taking home the win here in the shifter category.
Great start from Chase Gilhart regardless. I mean, to set a purple lap from a driver we have not seen in this category this season, that's hitting the ground running lightning fast. Fred Robertson, 11 seconds back, kind of shows you it's really a two-man breakaway at this point. A lot of guys will probably have to go back to the garage, to the tent, and make some changes to see if they have a chance against Safa Haddock and Chase Gilhart.
Ben Lida has moved up one position, so moving him up to P4 here in this pre-final. As they work their way through, Paul Radzeski about to go a lap down here as with 1.5 minutes to go. Let's see if Safa Haddock can try to stretch that race lead back out. No, he cannot. And it's now down to 1.7 of a second. Chase Gilhart kind of deciding now to slowly re-enter the race leader. As we progress to the end of this race, he's running out of time. He's going to have to pick up more than just 0.2 of a second in order to really make it work, but really good drive we're seeing in the tail end of this pre-final with Chase Gilhart.
I think you got to ask yourself as well, with this level of speed in these pro shifters, how much of a difference tire management is compared to the smaller, slower karts on track. And again, still plenty of life in these tires. Are we seeing Safa Hadek maybe overcook them at the start here? Will there still be that level of life once we work our way into the main event later tonight? Or is there going to be maybe an advantage from Gilhart?
Well, he picked up another 10th that time by. It's now down to 1.6 seconds. Really good run for him as he tries to find his way through after starting. Oh, trouble for one driver. That was Paul Rodzetsky, who has gone a lap down.
I think there was kart troubles, and we saw that from the start there. And hopefully he's able to get anything figured out there by the end of this race. I'll tell you what, though, Gilhart is slowly but surely closing that gap, but it will be white flag, I believe, this time by.
I think they're going to give it 2 laps to go here, and
it was very close.
Let's just say it was tenths of a second separating him from getting that. So yeah, really close call. So, but the good news is for Chase Gilhart, he can start to close in a little more because he picked up almost a 1/10.5 on your race leader right there as well. So good fight right there for him as he tries to hold position in the closing lap, coming to the white flag for Safa Hadek III as he looks to collect another pre-final win this season. And out of the final corner, white flag in the air.
Some hand gestures there from Hadek up at the front. And another time gain. Actually, gap gains for the first time there with a 47.647 for Hadek and a 6.62 for Gilhart. So that gap actually starting to gain. Once again, haven't really talked about this, but Fred Robertson is trying to defend P3 from Ben Lida way further back as Hadek finally is able to put that gap on. Gilhart, it's been a very strong start for Safa Hadek. Chase Gilhart was able to turn up the wick and has the purple lap, but Hadek puts himself in the prime position for the final. He comes out of the final corner with a healthy second and change lead. He'll start on pole for the shifter final.
A great drive right there by Safa Hadek, the third right there. Fred Robertson, of course, will come home P3. Chase Gilhart second. Ben Lida, great drive for him. He is looking. Let's see if he can hold on as they come out of the final couple of corners. As we're still waiting on Fred Robertson and Ben Lida to have a good fight. Here they come out of the final corner, and it will be Fred Robertson over Ben Lida.
Great stuff from our shifters. We go back to the fixed gears here to finish up our pre-finals. It's the KA Masters on deck, and we'll get back to that next in just a couple moments here from Cincinnati.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Pole Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30, with in-depth data analysis.
Welcome back here as we get set to go racing in your KA Masters. Here's your starting lineup. It's the Kutcher brothers on the front row with Chris leading the charge, followed by Andy Kutcher in second position. Then it's going to be David Galoni right there in third position, followed by Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, and Neil Hamilton, your top 6 drivers set to go here today in your KA Masters.
The 2 Kushers on the front row as we're trying to check them up and see if which Kusher will come out on top. We've seen how fast this inside lane is on the start, though, so watch Jennings and Hamilton on the inside and see if they can make a move on the inside as well. Which Kusher will come out on top? Will it be another who will be able to take the cake? Let's find out. Pre-final for KA100 Masters is go.
Already you see right there as they cross over to the inside, give the race lead over to Chris Kutcher. Andy Kutcher dropping back to P2 right now as they work their way into turn 3 and 4. And already great fighting amongst the midfield, as well as we see from the drivers of David and Damian Jennings as they head across over to the top of the hill.
Seen Chris in national level stuff this year, competing in the Stars Championship Series, running King of the Castle. Also another guy that's very hands-on with his kart setup stuff, as you see regularly in the regional level. But always one of the guys discussing chassis adjustments and handling issues. And one of the guys he leans on is Andy, right behind him. These guys constantly sharing setup information and feedback with one another. It's just so cool to see that family relationship in karting and have that healthy rivalry where you can kind of lean on one another and kind of try and make yourself the best that you can be. Boy, these boys are getting racy early on, 90 minutes to go, but you were already seeing some defense there with Andy trying to go to the middle of the track, going into the hook.
Yeah, Andy's doing a great job of just putting the kart where he needs to hold position over his brother Chris. For David and for Damian Jennings, they are trying to just stalled out a little bit, just holding line and holding pace here as they work their way into the corner and heading off into turn 1. Chris thinking about showing the nose, did not make it work. He'll just follow suit as the 2 brothers now continue to pull away from the competition, doing what they've been doing best all season long, getting up, lined up, and then just start to pull away from the competition.
Fastest lap that time by a 51.971 from Chris in second. David Galanoia, 52.408. So the twin Kushers, actually don't know if they're twins, but I meant it as the 2 Kushers starting to break away here from David Galanoia and Damian Jennings. As we come to the stripe for lap number 2, are we going to see a trade in positions, maybe see who is the quicker of the 2? It's still Chris just a little bit faster overall, but Andy actually just a smidge faster that time by. It is hairline differences, though, at this point. Andy out in front in the more red graphics there with the amber visor, Chris behind blue visor with the white front bumper, black nacelle down the back straightaway. Another little bit of a peek there from Chris, but decides to be smart and get back in line.
Yeah, he's going to get back in line, hold his positioning between the two of them. Galania right there in third, holding on as well. A second, 1.7 seconds there. You see him on screen. He's also got Jennings working with closing behind, but still not close enough to really try anything to go chase down the two Kutcher brothers with 4.5 minutes to go. So it's just trying to see what they can do and hoping that the two brothers will start battling, which we really don't really see that till maybe the final lap.
So this is where the game of cat and mouse begins between Andy and Chris of who makes the move first. And if there is a move at all, when are we going to see it? Again, look at Andy kind of serpentining down the middle of the track there, trying to defend. And Chris Kucher staying in lockstep there. A little bit of experimentation there from Chris, taking a slightly shallower line through the hook, but not able to get that move done. It was a purple lap last time by from Andy, a 51.849. Now Chris goes faster in second, 51.760. He's got that pace just behind in the 279. He doesn't have a spot to put it, though, just yet, Taylor.
He certainly doesn't. He's going to have to try it again. Here he goes to the inside to make the pass work, and so far give the race lead over to Chris Kucher for the first time here in this pre-final, as he's losing a little bit of touch with Andy as they make the run up to the top of the hill. Will Andy try something here? Chris goes on the defensive a little bit to try to see if he can hold pace right here so far, and here comes Andy looking to the inside. Can't quite get the nose underneath as they make slip attack.
Like the move that Chris was trying to plan there, that Andy was trying to plan there, kind of make a sneak pass to the inside. I don't think Chris anticipated it and just cut in a little bit too quickly. And no harm, no foul will keep the battle going with 2.5 minutes to go. Still the purple lap for Chris out in front with the 279 3/10 faster than his brother.
Certainly is the case as we watch these two do battle for the race lead as they come up to the top of the hill. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Really good pace amongst them as they try to hold steady here. But for Andy Kucher, he's got to now try to find his way back up through the field and tries to show the nose again. Clips over the curbing a little bit and now slides the tires. That's going to cost him some valuable positioning right there as he tries to hunt down your race leader.
Further back, David Galawina just a little bit further up from Damian Jennings in the 275. Had a solid start, able to snatch E3 and defend from Jennings for that bottom spot on the podium. Has not looked back since, so we'll kind of have that prime spot, that good opportunity to move forward. Again, you have that odd numbers starting position. That's a premium spot on the inside line and a good spot to make moves going into the final.
Really is as we watch our competitors work their way through here with a minute to go. Here comes a run coming onto the front straightaway. There you see Galanina as they come across the line with a minute to go. Question is going to be, can he find his way around the circuit to pick up a thing or two for the finals and maybe try to see if he can stay tucked up to the Kutchers a little bit better, as the Kutchers in the red speed machines just leading the charge coming out of turn number 5 up through the S's they will go. And Chris Kucher stretches it out by a kart length over Andy, gets a better run through the S's as they head down into the hook.
Andy's starting to run out of time and run out of options. But the way these two have been interacting out on track, you got to imagine that when this checkered flag flies in the pre-final, we're just kind of pressing pause on a battle that is going to go far into this afternoon for the main event later on. Tell you what, though, I think Andy would like that inside spot in row number 1 and try and take off into the open blue over his brother. A little bit of bumper being used there to try and maybe rattle the cage of Chris out and through the inner loop for the penultimate time here in the pre-final. It's a good launch from Chris, as that might be the biggest gap we've seen this entire pre-final, Taylor.
We certainly have, as they come up over the hill for the final time in this pre-final. And Andy's trying to see if he can close the gap here. Not going to work, though, as they enter into the final couple of corners. Chris Kutcher, you hear the tires squealing as one kart goes off. The 275 of Jennings has an issue. And
might have been just a little bit too much brake. As we'll see the white flag. I think it was just maybe a little bit too much left foot there from Jennings, who backed it in going into turn number 9. And it is going to be fangs out for Andy. Just a handful of opportunities. Can he close this gap and take that lead from Chris?
Chris Kutcher, though, trying to do everything he can to hold off the hard charge from Andy Kutcher, but he continues to grow that race lead out a little bit further. It's about half a second. He'll look over the shoulder as they approach towards the beach. Damian Jennings. Damian's already cleared his kart out of there and continued on his way, but through the hook one more time, and as they come out of the final corner, turn at number 12, Chris Kutcher will pick up a win here today. He's looking for his second career win of the season. Gives a little bit of a wave, a shaka right there as he gets himself ready to go. And he will win your pre-final event in KA Masters.
Fitting salute for the themes this weekend. David Gallowina going to take it home in P3. It was going to be Jennings in P4, but that mistake drags him to the back of the field. Greg Lee in 4th with Neil Hamilton in 5th. We'll step aside for just a moment here from Cincy, but it is the micros and the minis up next here on KC Grassroots.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Well, it's time for a little bit of multi-class racing here today with your mini and micro Swift category about to take it out onto the racing circuit, and give you your starting lineup here momentarily as they work their way through. But we saw some great qualifying action amongst them, but now the time to see what they can do out on the racetrack here as they get set to go racing once again here today. Can anyone have anything for Jack Katowski is going to be the big question here today. He's on a dominant effort this season and looking to try to make it win number 5 here today for him.
If anyone can, it's Wyatt Huntsbarger in the 61 on the micro Swift side of things. Over to mini, though, it's been all Drew Schneider, all out in front. Basically undefeated so far this season. Couple of new faces in the minis and micros coming into round number 5. And it's going to be Kai Parker leading us off in the 182. It's a mini on the inside of row number 1. It's on the outside with Jack Katowski.
Yeah, Kai Park is definitely going to be one to watch here today, as Katowski will lead it off in micro as the field works their way around the circuit here and get set to go racing. Be prepared to see some of those future superstars of karting go at it once again, and I gotta say, it's gonna be a fun fight here amongst your mini and micro Swift, and even seeing some of the micro drivers mix it up with the minis as they enter into the final couple of corners before we kick it off for another great race.
4 minis, 5 micros, a split in the front row, and Drew Schneider, your championship leader in the minis, has an adversary in the form of Kai Parker. Further back, Jack Katowski trying to expand that championship lead, but a big freight train of eager micro drivers right behind, trying to make names for themselves early on. Too fast and too eager to get started, so we'll re-rack him and try it again in 1 lap.
Nope, we actually get the green flag here.
Oh!
We do. We get the green flag. Time has started, and they are off and running. And already we see Kai Park and Jack Katowski. Jack Katowski actually leading the charge here, heading off into the infield section of the circuit as he sends it in. But here comes Kai Park and company as they work their way around. And nope, we actually get a restart finally.
So yellow flag goes up. Ooh, a little bit of a shunt further back there. I believe that was to Drew Schneider, maybe from Wyatt Huntsbarger. As don't think everyone got the memo there to check up. But we will try it again one more time. Kai Parker and Jack Katowski got the right foot down just a little bit too quickly. And this is what we were looking for a lap ago. Everybody checked up, ready to go.
We'll rack them and restack them and go at it once again here today and see how it all plays out amongst our competitors in your micro mini Swift combination race here as they come out of the final couple of corners. Kai Park and Jack Katowski. Katowski on the outside, Kai Park on the inside as they work their way around into the tram line. Officials giving them a heads up like, hey, take it easy. We still got quite a bit of racing left to go. And up, there's Sean Bailiff just letting know, hey, this is where you go. Slow it down. This is where you start. Blue cone, slow it down. Let's keep a good race and move out of the way and get ourselves ready to go. Already
Here
a couple of
we
carts
go.
going out of line.
Yeah, a couple carts out of line, but the green flag flies, and it will be Kai Park leading them in one piece into turn number 1. Drew Schneider gets that spot over Katowski and lines up. Now has a little bit of a bog coming out of 3. And through goes Katowski, but nobody able to put pressure on early for Kai Parker out in front.
No one indeed, as Kai Park has stretched it out by a significant mark, and Katowski by his lonesome in his category. Drew Schneider, though, really trying to see if he can make up some gains here as they come up to the top of the hill for the first time. Really good fight amongst them as they work their way down as Schneider and company lead the way heading down into the hook.
No pressure for the top 2, but further back, big look from Wyatt Huntsbarger at the point of the hook, trying to make some moves there on Drew Schneider. You can see Kai Park trying to duck down, trying to maximize that straight line speed coming across the stripe. Park, Katowski, Schneider, Lewis, Huntsbarger, your top 5 in a freight train starting to form here from third on back.
Good little fight here amongst the competitors as they work their way up into that corner of turn number 5. And so far, this is your fight. Drew Schneider trying to hold off Ben Lewis. This is the battle for the mini Swift category as they crest over the hill. Schneider doing everything he can to hold on, looking to pick up another win this season and grow his points lead in the championship as they come out of the hook.
Drew Schneider making it very easy for us in the booth there with that green suit as he fends off Wyatt Huntsbarger, the Batavia, Ohio kid. been karting since 4 years old, has been recently trying 206 Cadet for size. We saw him earlier on with his sister, but has been driving here in the Pro-Ams as well as Cup Karts, North America, Stars, and a plethora of WKA events.
Keeping an eye to watch to see how this will work out, because Jack Katowski, we also have that battle for the final step of the podium with Brogan Wren, Griff Heyman, and Cooper Nystrom, who are fighting for that final top step of the podium in their category in the Micro Swift division. So we'll see how this all plays out. Sam Hornish also trying to keep up with Wyatt Huntsbarger for 5th overall.
Yeah, that kind of back of the pack in the micro battle has kind of diluted. Cooper Nystrom not quite there, but Griff Heyman slowly but surely closing that gap back to Brogan Wren for 3rd in class. But a handful of freight trains still. You've got Parker and Katowski at the front. Parker and Katowski, excuse me. And Drew Schneider and Min Lewis keep on going at it for P2 in the minis.
Right now, Schneider holding strong in 2nd. Here is that battle. Drew Schneider dealing with a close-knit fight amongst the competitors you see here. As they come out of the final corner, Drew Schneider has stretched it out. Here's a pass for position between Huntsbarger and Lewis. Huntsbarger looks to the inside. He will complete that pass and move him up into the 4th position overall.
So again, Wyatt Huntsbarger is in a micro. The next guy in his class is Katowski all the way up in P2. So he's doing all he can to try and reach him. It's already almost a 5-second gap between them. So I think it's not going to be a gap he'll be able to close, but still being able to make moves and do everything he can to make that more of a possibility. Huntsbarger, though, Lewis trying to swing back with good pace going into the hook, but nowhere to put it.
Yeah, he's running out of options. He's got to find his opening, because Schneider is going to find his way around as quickly as possible. And as they do so, here they come across the line. There you see the gap between Lewis along with the driver of Huntsbarger, as Huntsbarger really got to make up time as he is running out of options to really try to take the fight to Jack Katowski.
Been some good defense here from Drew Schneider, who has kind of just been focusing on what's in front, knowing that the 2 guys behind have been scrapping. But Wyatt Huntsbarger finally starting to put the pressure on here as they work their way out of turn number 7.
Oh, Schneider, look at Lewis here.
Good run going into the hook. Are we going to see that fade to the inside? Huntsbarger thought about it, but Schneider was hugging the inside going into the point and shut the door on him. Still 2.5 minutes to go, but some good defense as lap traffic. Cooper Nystrom getting out of the way for your 2 leaders, Parker and Katowski.
Pick up through the field here as there is Park. Park setting a blistering pace right now, and also throw in Jack Katowski, who set his fastest lap of the race just last time by. Gap between Schneider is 6.5 seconds right now, so still a lot could happen, but with only 2 minutes plus a lap to go, I have to say Katowski would have to have an issue before falling in further back.
It's like a move from Lewis here, trying to snatch that spot back from Wyatt Huntsbarger. Gets that job done. Into the hook. Good stuff from the 133.
Here's a little pass further back we saw between Hornish and Wren. That'll be a pass for 6th position as we watch the battle between Schneider, Lewis, and Huntsbarger, as Schneider has pulled away from these 2 right here of Lewis and Huntsbarger.
More lap traffic coming up. Griff Heyman and Brogan Wren just a little bit further up on screen. As on track, Lewis trying to defend from Huntsberger, but putting a gap on so far. Schneider out in front with no pressure from these two with 45 seconds to go in one lap. And again, the minis are just a little bit heavier than the micros pounds, with the micros being about 7 to 10 age group and the minis for the 9 to 12 age group.
Absolutely, and as we watch this laps continue to wind down, Kai Park continues to hold that pace by 1.2 seconds as Jack Katowski sets fastest lap of the race last time, or a lap ago. But watching on to see, he's really closed in a little bit. It was quite a significant margin right now as we watch and keep an eye to see what could happen here amongst the two competitors. As we keep watching here, Kai Park just being smooth and consistent, not pushing the envelope too much, but also just being realized there's still a lot of racing left to go.
Purple lap for Jack Katowski, by the way, at 55.189, as they'll see the white flag. It's been Kai Parker out in front all day long so far. Can Jack Katowski do anything to close that gap? 1.5 seconds between the two. It's going to take a big mistake and a little bit of luck for that to happen.
Here they come up through the corners right now. The gap is still 1.5 seconds between the two competitors. A lot can still happen, but Kai Parks just has to be smooth and consistent. These two are in two separate classes. No pressure whatsoever as they come up to the top of the hill and work their way through into the hook for the final time. Kai Park looking to take home a win here and take the fight to Drew Schneider in this micro and mini Swift category. But for Jack Katowski, it's another smooth sailing day for him as he'll pick up the pre-final win here in your mini and micro Swift division.
Checkered flag out, and Kai Parker over Jack Katowski, your mini and micro winners respectively. Drew Schneider to the line, a little bit of a drag race, but Schneider gonna take it with Min Lewis on the podium. Wyatt Huntsberger home in 5th, 2nd in micro. Ornish, Wren, Heyman, and Nystrom rounding out your field. Starting to get to the tail end of these pre-finals. We'll end them with a pair of KA heats with the juniors and the pro-ams coming up next on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Back to it here from MCC with the penultimate pre-final here for round number 5. Jackson Lambros with you in the broadcast booth alongside Taylor Burris as we are setting things up for the KA100 Jr Pre-Final. Nico Katowski with a healthy lead coming into this weekend, 11:32 over the 1,070 points of Adler Klein. Alex Kusher with 980 points just ahead of Robert Lash. So it'll be KA100 Jr, KA100 Pro-Am. We'll step aside for 20 minutes for National Anthem and Invocation, and it will be an afternoon full of finals. Here's how they'll roll off for the KA100 Jr Pre-Final. Nico Katowski on pole alongside Alex Kusher. Homer Heyman off in third. Robert Lash is fourth. Adler Klein, your championship runner-up for the time being, comes off the grid in P5 alongside Ben Gleberman in row 3. Alejandro Gallego in 7th. Lila Beck is in 8th. William Richard in 9th. And Caleb Cersoni is in 10th. Heavy TKG front of this field. And we are ready racing. Bailiff trying to check him out with the blue cone in hand as they're starting to weave onto the tram lines. Katowski and Kusher on the front row. What can Heyman do from the inside of row number 2? Let's find out. Pre-final for 100 Jr underway, and there's some trouble on the inside. Further back, one of the carts, I believe Alejandro Gallego, having a bogged down start, will lose positions. But out front, smooth sailing for Katowski over Kusher. Oldfield coexists as we work through that big bump down the back straightaway into the hook. Little bit of a peek to the inside there from Lash, trying to take that move for second. Big breakaway early for Katowski. But everybody trying to capitalize early here before this field dilutes to the line for the first time. Lila Beck, your biggest mover at the start. 2 spots gained. But it's Katowski, Kusher, Heyman, and Lash watching that battle from second on back on your screen right now. Heyman with a bit of a look to the inside there through the penultimate corner, unable to make that move done. That's actually given Lash an opportunity to strike right on the bumper. Looks to the inside. Will he lunge on the brakes to try and get that move done? He will, and he'll take it.
Great racing.
Just further back, Beck and Klein going at it for P6, Taylor.
Absolutely, Jackson, as we watch these drivers work their way through here in the KA Junior category. And so far, we're seeing Katowski doing what he's been doing all season long and putting on a stellar drive for him. Omer Heyman, your other championship competitor, sitting P3 right now, but under pressure from Robert Lash and Gleberman. As those three, here comes Lash showing the nose a little bit, look to poke around and see if he can find his way, but not going to work this time as they come off of turn number 12 across the line as Katowski continues to stretch out the race lead.
Still a doghouse here from third on back. Lash leading Heyman and Gleberman. And Heyman has been waiting in the wings for the right time to strike. He's got to keep that pressure on, though, to keep Lash at bay. Fastest lap so far, Nico Katowski at 51.545. That happened last time by half a second up from Alex Kusher in second. Here's a peek and a dive from Heyman, who's able to get that move from Robert Lash for third.
A little bit too wide right there, to have to say, but he's able to gather it back up, and Lash will move on. Heyman dropping back a position. Gleberman also trying to hold spot, and how about Katowski just continuing to pull away further and further? He just set another fast lap of the race here with 4 laps in the books.
I think that was Adler Klein further back as well, making another move on Ben Gleberman, I believe, as everyone was trying to clear Robert Lash, who was checked up after that move, and kind of a tidal wave in this train after that move, and that has let Heyman break away from this pack and try and close the gap to the front of this field. Another purple lap last time by, 51.334 for Katowski. He is already a second and a half up on Kusher. Back to this doghouse, though, for P4 back. It's been fun seeing these guys try and make some chess moves. Are we going to see another move? Klein with a dive. There he goes in the 833. Good stuff from Adler Klein.
Really good pass right there for Adler Klein in the Tony Kart as he tries to see if he can work his way further up the running order, now in P4, as he leads this group of 4 on to the top 3 as they make their way up through the S's. So far, so good. And as they climb up to the top of the hill, it's now looking to show the nose right there. Klein looks over the shoulder as Gleberman and company try to put the pressure on him. Heyman looks to the inside, makes the pass stick for the 832. Robert Lash trying to hold steady as he tries to work his way through the running order and moves back up into P3.
Went wide and gave him an opportunity to sneak to the inside. That's been a popular move we've began to see, especially in the KA100s. So now it'll be a new driver at the front of this 3-pack with Gleberman and Klein going back and forth. That Tony Kart in the middle of a plethora of TKG karts.
Did get a warning flag given to Ben Gleberman for avoidable contact, so we got to be careful with that. Don't want to cause too many issues. With 2 minutes to go, as the field works their way through the inside section of the course, through the hook, they'll come out. As now Klein has to reset and try to catch back up to Robert Lash here in the closing minutes at MCC. Across the line they will go. And look at this run that we see amongst the competitors, really starting to spread out now and try to lull into the final few moments.
Klein coming off of a dominant 2024 in the 206s. Here in the MCC Pro-Am Championship, a worst finish in that class of 3rd last year at the final round. And has started to dip his toes more in the KA100 stuff. And is now committed to running a full season, kind of graduating from the Briggs, going up to the faster 2-stroke. And has really hit the ground running in that 832.
New track record for Nico Katowski with a 51.01. We're about to see some major lap records showcased here today as we watch on through, and starting to taper off a little bit pretty much for everyone else, but for Nico Katowski on a absolute dominating performance here today.
No one able to bring that fight with a 3, almost 4-second gap now to Alex Kusher. And now we're starting to see some reservation further back as Lash, Klein, and Gleberman are all kind of waiting for the right time to strike. With 2 laps to go here in the KA100 Jr Pre-Final.
It will be 2 laps to go. We still have plenty of time left to go on the clock as we watch Kutcher, Homer Heyman, and Robert Lash leading this group. Adler Klein trying to find his way back into the top 4 as he puts the pressure on the 832 of Robert Lash. coming up through the infield over to turn number 3 and 4. Hits the breakers, not able to show the nose yet. Trying to see if he can get a better line in corner entry right here, but can't quite make it work. In fact, falls into the clutches of Gleberman that time.
Robert Lash still leading this 4-pack. And in his eagerness, he's kind of taken away his opportunity to fight to the podium and let Heyman run away with it for the time being. But he's still trying to maximize everything he can. But out front, Nico Katowski with a 5.5-second gap over Alex Kuchar, trying to bring this one home.
One more time around for Nico Katowski as he continues to lead the charge. He's already on that cut through heading up towards the hill right now, while everyone else is just finally coming off the corner leading into the cut through. So it is just a dominating performance for Nico Katowski, and how much of, well, he's been consistent right here through this race. He stayed in the 51.2s, 51.3s. Everyone else is falling to like the 51.9s, 51.6s. His fastest lap.
Klein going wide. I'm sorry, we'll have to step away really quick, Taylor, because Klein under big pressure. Checkered flag is out. Katowski will be on pole, but there's major drama. Further back, the 32 of Lash gets into it. I want to say that's Lila Beck involved. And in that reshuffle, I think it's going to be Adler Klein who drops back behind Ben Gleberman. Alejandro Gallego. And a major moment. What happened further back with Robert Lash and Lila Beck? Oh my goodness.
Utter heartbreak right there for Lash and Lila Beck right there. Both of them were running decently at the time, but unfortunately it is going to be a day ender for both of them here today. I have to say that was not a good deal for both Robert Lash. I'm pretty sure officials will be looking at that.
Feels like with how long and how difficult that fight was getting in the mid-pack, it was a powder keg that was honestly bound to explode. And with one of the biggest grids of the day, KA100 Sr coming up, we'll see if we'll see the same level of chaos in just a couple moments' time.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. 9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
And with that, we welcome you back to action here for the final pre-final event of the afternoon before we step aside for a brief few-minute break and then get set to give out the trophies here today. But first, it is time for your KA100 Sr category, about to head out onto the track. And this class here, I got to say, has been full of excitement. We've been watching some great racing action all throughout the day today, but this one is going to be a favorite. Gavin Degenhart, Michael Maker, Marcus Batschun, Klein, Rodriguez. We've seen these drivers work their way through. Addison Iannello, who had some great help from her teammate in the 206 Senior of the James Overbeck help, was able to put on a great show, learning a thing or two. Rush Gary, Shane Hambrick, Will Steele, your points leader with 3 wins already to his name this season, looking to continue that trend here today.
Nobody able to stop the man of steel out in front so far this year. Will Steele, the 975, with a 200-point lead over Ryan Miller in the 938. And as we wait to see the seniors take track here, going to be very interesting to see, as this has already been such a mix-up potentially in this championship battle.
Getting the green flag to release the drivers out onto the circuit. That means just one thing. It's time to go racing here today in the pre-finals for your KA100 Seniors. And here's your starting lineup. On the pole, it is Logan Mueller, followed by Tyler Prestel in second place. Row 2, Wyatt Deegan and Rush Gary, with Emerson Blatt and Addison Iannello in row 3. Row 4 will find Marcus Batschun and Gavin Degenhart, with Dante Rodriguez and Michael Maker your top 10.
Ryan Miller, your championship runner-up, way back here in P13. Alongside Max Klein, Shane Hambrick going to see what he can do from 11th alongside Braden Haber. James Geist, Will Steele, and Natalia Steimel rounding out your grid. So your 2 big heavy hitters in the championship at the back of this pack. This is the drama we were talking about earlier on. It's about to get spicy here in KA100 Sr Pre-Final, Taylor.
We certainly are happy to have you with us here today on today's Action on Kart Chasers coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship at MCC. Officials telling everyone, hey, let's slow it down. Let's try to get it to the finish here as the field enters their way in through the tram line. It is time to go pro racing here with the KA categories. Bailiff giving a warning, hey, blue cone is the start zone. Don't go outside of it. You will face the consequences as they enter into the tram line. Green flag is out. We're racing in KA, and already Prestel and company look to the inside to take on the race lead, and Mueller also tries to fall back in suit, but it's not going to work. Mueller dropping back a little bit as they try to work their way over to turns 4 and 5.
What a start from Tyler Prestel, able to make it work all the way around the outside and take this lead in the 417. As we try and see if Mueller is able to swing back early on. Side by side coming over the hill, 2x2. Big positions lost there by the 417. Further back, Iannello able to get that move on the inside as we head through the hook for the first time. A dive for third, as Prestel loses major positions after this start. Iannello trying to hang it around the outside, goes in the dirt, and is able to make that move done barely. Mueller back to the front of the field.
Great drive right there for Mueller to get the position. Deegan and Gary, Emerson Blatt picking up a couple of positions as well as they make the run over to turns 3 and 4. A little bit of issues, though, as we go further back, trying to find a couple of other battles right here. We see how this will play out, but Blatt now under pressure, loses a spot to Prestel, and maybe more, because here comes Addison Iannello around the outside. One kart goes into the grass. He'll have to gather it back up. Could have been Rodriguez who went too far into the grass. It's trouble. One kart loops it around.
I believe that was Rodriguez. As we keep it going, Prestel was the one that kind of started that kahuna further back. Another dive way back in the field. I believe Miller trying to make that move done, as it is an absolute furball in the battle for 5th on back. Starting to get Fangs out at the front of the field too as Deegan starts to look for opportunities as we cross the stripe for the second time. Moeller defends low on the inside. Do not count out Rush Gary, fastest man on track with a 51.494. He is waiting in the wings for the right time to strike.
He certainly has been, as he's been putting some pressure on, working their way through, but Deegan in that magic kart. Really impressive drive that he comes to do here today as they come up to the top of the hill, but he's gotten to deal with the hard charge of the hometown team, the TKG Burrell Art Machine, as they work their way into the hook. Right there behind is Rush Gary trying to get a good run through, and then there's the Hornets. Oh, one cut over! He's okay by the looks of it, trying to get the number. We may have a situation here on our hands. We'll come back to that here momentarily and get the driver who was involved. But that was a scary incident, but it looks like everyone is okay. It might have been Marcus Batchun. Nope, it's showing Michael Makers. He is up and okay. Yellow flags are out. So we are under full course yellow. And now session
red flag,
has been
actually.
Red flag.
Big moment there. And we will keep you updated, but in what we're hearing is Wyatt Deegan's first weekend in a go-kart. It has been absolute insanity. First KA race, excuse me. But an absolute chaotic start to the KA100 Sr Final. Pre-final, excuse me. We'll step away here for just a moment to evaluate the damage. Stay with us.
So there's three basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at an onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from AIM Sports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver is not. You see that one driver is oversteering and the other driver is pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in.
Back here live from MCC. Session still remains under red. But from the information we've gotten, it was the 907 Burrell of Michael Marker that made contact and got up and over at the very point of the hook. We'll try and get you as much information as possible as soon as we hear it here from the booth, but track is still being cleared. Cars are being re-gridded for the time being.
Yeah, good to hear.
But still no information yet.
Yeah, we did see him pop back up, so that's a good sign for Michael Maker. So it's just still always a scary incident when you have that type of a situation with a flip happening in these karts. It just shows, yes, everyone's safe, but these are some of the most dangerous forms of sports and action we see here in the world with motorsports racing. But we're glad to hear everyone is out there safe. We do take the proper safety precautions, and we should get fired back up, ready to go racing momentarily here. By the looks of it, everyone's good to go. A little bit of camaraderie amongst the TKG team member Sean Bailiff looking over everyone. We're going to go back racing here with just about 5 minutes to go left in the race, plus a lap.
So no restart in time. We'll just pick up where we left off. Hey, how about Deegan in second? The 995 in his first ever KA100 start has come out of the gate swinging, already running second and putting the pressure on Moeller. Great start for him.
Yeah, really good drive for him right now, Jackson, as we see him working his way through, running some very quick lap times, and now everyone's kind of getting refreshed and reset. It's time to reset that tempo and then get back at it once again as we fire off a couple of engines here to make sure we're good to go. And we'll get the caution light out to go back racing. So it looks like to be one pace lap, and then we'll turn them loose here with 5 minutes and 12 seconds. They're readjusting the clock as we speak. So we'll give you the actual time when they come around to take the green flag. But for Michael Maker, his day is done. Dante Rodriguez will continue on racing here. So looking like we're going to have 5 minutes and 22 seconds plus a lap.
Biggest mover of the race so far, Natalia Steimel making up 3 positions at the start. Shane Hambrick did the same, but Steimel starting in 13th, going to 10th, is the furthest up as a result. Iannello also gaining 1 position as well, beating Tyler Prestel in the whole shot. Same order as we ran it at the start, though. Excuse me, Steimel actually started in 17th and has gained 10 positions, and it's been 9 positions gained for Will Steele from last, essentially, to 7th. So we'll try it one more time here as they go back to the tram lines. Single file restart with Logan Moeller, the fastest man on track so far, out in front. Handful of minutes still on the clock. Back to it for the pre-final.
Here they go already. Mueller gets a great jump. Wyatt Deegan in the Magic Kart tries to hold steady here as they get themselves situated, get themselves back up to full song. Gary is sitting third. He'll look over the shoulder. Addison Iannello right there on his tail as they snake their way over through the cut through to head over towards the S's, and everyone's just now minding their P's and Q's. We still got quite a bit of racing left to go on the clock as they crest over the hill. One kart hits the grass. That was Deegan. That's going to allow him to lose 2 spots.
And now Rush Gary going to get a chance to try and put this pressure on Logan Mueller, with Gary promoted up into third. Or excuse me, Iannello promoted up into third. Deegan able to slot back in and has been very aggressive at the start of this race. We'll see what they can do to make that move once again and try and get to the front. Last time by 53-1-2-3 from Mueller, 53-5 from Gary. 2 spots lost for Emerson Blatt at the start. Couple of others making moves. Will Steele, championship leader, advancing up into 6th.
Picking up 10 spots since the start of this race. So a credible drive and a great run for him. It's going to be looking like if he can just get further up the running order before the end of this race, he'll have ample time to try and chase down your race leader of Logan Mueller for a chance of winning here again this season at MCC. Through the hook they will go, and big time pressure coming from Rush Gary on Mueller as they come out of the final corner and make the run. 3.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Tap of the helmet there from Logan Mueller, trying to send those nonverbals over to Rush Gary. I'm not sure if he's listening to him because there's still a bumper full of the 950 for your race leader. That's actually choked him up a bit, and now going to give Iannello an opportunity to strike in the Norris kart just behind.
Iannello has some great pace right now, set her personal best lap time here a moment ago as they make the charge up through the field. In fact, as they crest over the hill, Iannello looking as here comes the pass from Rush Gary to the inside. Does not make it work though, stays in second. Deegan under pressure from Prestel.
Another attempt there from Gary trying to take that move. Some fantastic defense from Logan Mueller, who still somehow stays out in front despite major pressure from both of these guys further back. 2.5 minutes to go in the KA100 Sr Pre-Final. It's been Mueller out in front the entire time, but nobody able to pass just yet. Wyatt Deegan was originally going to be one of the guys to bring the battle. He's lost another spot with Prestel taking 4th just further back. We saw that move initiated into the fishhook, and nobody still able to bring that fight to Logan Mueller.
Yeah, it's still going to be Mueller who holds on to the position. Here comes Rush Gary. Thought about showing the nose. Not close enough to try anything here as they come into the hook. Not going to work at all for our competitors as it's now a group of 3, a group of 2. And then it starts to spread out with everyone else from 5th on back as they work their way out of turn number 12, looking to see if there's any other significant battles for position here, because how they finish in the pre-final will determine how they will work out in their starting position in the finals as well. Emerson Blatt has moved up 1 position, breaking into the top 10 as we watch the field work their way through up into turn 4 and 5. A little bit of a slide right there from Gary. He's able to hold on and keep Iannello at bay for the moment.
Was telling you that the inside line was the place to be. It certainly feels that way for the Briggses. Now here comes Iannello with a look to the inside, and with a big lunge going into the long sweeping right-hander, left-hander of turn number 10 will get that move done. And now Addison Iannello will be the one to try and challenge Logan Mueller for the lead with 1 minute to go on the clock.
That BJR Lando Norris kart really puts on a great run here as they work their way up through the run up to turn 2 as they make it to the kink and head over into the hairpin up ahead. But really great pace from Addison Iannello. And as they work their way through, I have to say Iannello may have something for the driver of Logan Mueller.
They are right there. Don't count out Rush Gary. They lost that spot, but they are waiting right in the wings. Saw some great defense from Prestel earlier, bending off from Wyatt Deegan. He's broken away as well, and if these 3 continue to battle in this final lap, Prestel in the 217 could sneak his way into the podium. Battle for first, all but over. White flag is out. Who's going to start on pole for the KA100 Sr Final?
Down into turn number 2 they will go, and Addison Ianello really putting in the afterburners. Rush Gary in hot pursuit as well as they make the run over towards turn number 4 and 5. Ianello puts a little bit of a bumper to Muller right there. Can't quite make it work. Got a couple of more passing opportunities to try to see if she can take this race win away. But here comes Gary with a big run. Gets a little loose though. Some problem for Gary. I don't know what happened here, but losing an incredible amount of time because here comes Prestel to take third away. And cross back
Not
over
enough though because the over-under.
And
it's the switch back in now. Prestel able to make that move stick. Checkered flag is out. Muller is going to take it, but the battle for third is all but done. Here's the run to the line. Who's got more ponies? Further back. Muller takes it over Ianello, and right at the line, by a hair, Rush Gary able to fend off Tyler Prestel.
Great racing action here today in your pre-final extravaganza in your KA100 Seniors. Muller, Ianello, that's going to be an exciting one to watch, but hopefully we'll see the return of a couple of drivers here in this run. Will Steele starting in 6th, picked up incredible positioning. Same thing with Wyatt Deegan and Ryan Miller. Keep an eye on those 3 as they'll have a little bit of better prime position. With that, we're going to step aside here for about a 10-minute break or so before we get set for racing action. It's time to give out the trophies here today at MCC. Next on the docket, your 206 Masters Finals here on Kart Chaser. Well, it is time to go racing and give out the trophies here for your KA206 Masters heading out onto the track. Here's your starting lineup for today's racing action. Matthew Lyda and Alan Elwood will be on the front row here today, followed by David Galania, followed by Derek Hastings. Chris Gorman will be in the next row, followed by Matt Geist, Todd Davis, and Daniel Fear, with Renee Moeller, Scott Monis in your top 10. Daryl Dixon, Mark Kirk, and then we have Austin Winter, Brian Decker, and Mike Doty rounding out your field of 16 karts.
So a really good show to get us started off in the day with pre-final runnings. You got to imagine with added time and added points up for grabs, it's going to be the same level of chaos is not the right word, but level of competition at the front of this field. Lyda and Elwood at the front. Are we going to see this championship battle continue at the front? David Galonia has been waiting for the right chance to strike. So too is Derek Hastings. Are we finally going to see the same level of chaos? Let's find out. Let's get these finals kicked off.
We have 10 minutes of action plus an additional 2 laps of racing here today for your finals. Just as a reminder on today, as they enter into the tram line here, 2 by 2, 8 rows deep. It's time to see the crazy men, old men of the group, have some fun here today. 30 years of age and older, and away we go racing. Clean starting already. You see the drivers, Elwood and Lyda, daddling it out for position. Give the spot, though, to Alan Elwood, who will take over the race lead with a beautiful pass around the outside. And he will try to stretch it out to a couple of kart lengths over Matt Hastings, who moves up to P2, while Lyda dropping back to P3.
Derek Hastings with a good start there, able to go in line with Alan Elwood on the outside as Matthew Lyda drops 2 spots at the start. Galonia drops back to 4th. Then it's Matt Geist in that plain white 531. Already pressure for the lead here as Hastings had a little bit of a look there to try and take the lead from Elwood. Could not get that move done. And now that brings the 9 of Lyda right back into the mix to complete lap number 1.
Good fight right here, because here comes Lyda. He'll look to the inside of Hastings, drops back in line, not able to send it in deep there into turn number 1. He'll have to follow suit, set the pace here, and see what he can do with working with Hastings as they charge up to turn number 3. Into the braking zone they go, smooth on their way through, and so far your top 3 breaking away from the rest of the competition. Elwood, though, setting the pace as he gets a good run. Oh, Hastings goes into the dirt, gives a thumbs up, thanking Lyda for not running over him, and then continues to put the pressure on.
Yeah, ran it a little bit too deep there. We could see that inner rear coming up off the ground and got in a little bit in the dirt, but no harm, no foul from either of these two, as Elwood has not been given the opportunity to break away. I'll tell you what, though, those two battling have brought 4th and 5th David Galonia and Matt Geist right back into this fight as well. Side by side, further back, Chris Gorman and I believe Daniel Fire going at it as they cross the stripe just a little bit further behind. And now Elwood starting to get a little bit of breathing room.
As we work our way through, Galonia is having a good fight right here. He'll put the pressure on your competitors as they snake their way through, loses a little bit of time. Hastings almost hits the dirt again, and as they watch the battle for second, Geist and Gorman starting to also try to pick up the pace and close in on this battle for the top 3 as they come down into the hook. Good fight amongst them, but Elwood still maintains the lead.
A little bit of bumper being used there from Lyda, almost pushes Hastings to the outside there through the point of the fishhook. And those two are getting real chummy at the tail end. Big freight train further back, Gorman, Frere, Davis, and Moeller at the tail end. You got Geist kind of on an archipelago at this point. And now Elwood continuing to break away. Lyda clearly has that pace. But does he want to give that lead? Does he want to be out in front, or is he more comfortable pushing Derek Hastings to the front?
Hastings having a great run right here as he holds position in that second spot. Lyda also, I think, being content for the time being. Still quite a bit of racing. We haven't even hit the halfway point of today's action. And Galonia really putting some pace and setting some laps here. He set his personal best as well. In fact, faster than your second and third place driver with those two drafting right there as we go a little further back. This is the battle for P6. Yep, between Gorman, Pfeiffer, and Todd Davis. Those three having a good fight as they come out of turn 12.
Side by side across the stripe, Gorman to the outside of Fryer, nearly 3 wide further back in your picture. And it will be Gorman still out in front. A gutsy move there from Geist, but could not make that stick. As Daniel Fryer right in that mix as well, in what's become a 3-cart freight train.
As they work their way up through the top of the hill, and here comes our competitors working their way through. Really good fight for positioning here as they work up, and so far so good. How about this little battle further back for the 6th spot? Gorman holding strong. Fryer in the Lando Norris cart, trying to keep pace with him as they come out of the hook.
Looking a little bit to the inside here through the point. Gets the nose there, but backs out of it a little bit further back. As now here comes a potential change in the lead. There's a shake of the head from the 13. I don't know if he wants to lead at this point. He's arrowheading the 2, but Derek Hastings gets pushed to the front of the field by Matthew Lyda. And in just the blink of an eye, Elwood goes from 1st to 3rd.
Tough break in the change in the running orders, but Hastings doing everything to pick up the haste in this action here as they see Elwood just being the meat in the sandwich, just following through, being the one not pushing the envelope. And just as I say that, he'll now look to the inside, heading down into the corner. And as they work their way through, here comes Elwood. He'll also get around Hastings for position and move up into P2. And now Lyda and Elwood once again back at the battling after many rounds of competition this season.
So Alan Elwood gonna lead this field in the 9er. Matthew Lyda for the first time today. And man, Hastings has been kind of pawned here a couple of times, being pushed to the front by Matt and now thrown to the side. And these three battling have brought David Gallania back into the mix.
Gallania is right there. He's closing up, and in fact, Hastings has moved up, set the record lap for the day, but not able to pick up the pace here as everyone's kind of tapered off a little bit. And as we work our way through, here comes Elwood to the inside, makes the pass complete, but Lyda crosses over, can't quite get the stick that he needs to grip around the outside, drops back to P2.
Back and forth we go. Good heads-up driving there from Alan Elwood. And first time we've really seen that move executed properly in that final sector of the racetrack. Good opportunity for a sneak pass, maybe from Lyda. Doesn't dive it on the brakes. He knows that Hastings is waiting in the wings just behind, and if he goes too deep trying to pass Elwood, that black murdered out 13 could sneak on by and take that lead. Once again, coming out of turn number 4. And we will stay status quo. When and if Lyda will strike, what's the reaction going to be from Hastings just behind?
Lyda holds on and gets right on that back bumper, but can't find the opening he needs like we saw last time around. Can't get the outside momentum in his favor as Elwood looks over the shoulder, knows he has enough room. I hear one cart getting a little bit squirrely as they come out of the final corner right here and across the line. Lyda doing now the patient move, knowing we still have plenty of time. I would have to say right around 4 laps to go overall left in the race. As Lyda pushes Elwood to see if he can get a little bit of breathing room away from Hastings and see if he can just make it a 2-horse race.
Lyda continuing to study Elwood, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. as this trio continues to balance out. But Matthew Lyda from Powell, Ohio, looks to maybe make a move into the Fushuk. This is where we saw it earlier on, and still can't get it done. Elwood running it a little bit deep. Good opportunity here. A little bit of bumper being used from the 9. Still unable to clear. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, it's still Elwood out in front.
Absolutely, it's Elwood out in front indeed, as they work their way over into the first couple of corners. Elwood still maintains the gap over Lyda, and a really good fight for the race lead amongst your top 3 as they head into turn number 4. Here comes Lyda, though, to the inside. Will move Elwood up the track, find his opening contact right there. Elwood tries now to cross him back over into turn number 4. Can't quite do it. This brings Hastings back into the hunt.
Had a good opportunity to strike there, but didn't get over ambitious. He knows that this battling will continue for the next 2 laps or so. It's got to be so frustrating for David Galania to see all of this scrapping up the road and still not being able to close that gap. But Hastings still going to do everything he can to try and pick up the scraps in this battle for the lead. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by. Can anyone top Alan Elwood?
Right now, that's going to be the answer. Is Matthew Lyda is the one who's been on top right now, who's just got the race lead away from Elwood. Elwood, though, is going to try to find a way to respond. It will be 3 laps to go here as they work their way up into turn number 4. Elwood trying to see if he can just copy the same move that Lyda did to him last time by. Cannot make it work. Will now just settle in. Has to worry about Hastings behind him as they continue to push the envelope and the limits of their karts. Great passing opportunity here as they come down the hill. Not able to make anything work, though, for your race leader as he looks to the inside, try to show it, can't quite make it work. They'll come through the hook and out of turn number 12 once again, and across the start-finish line. 2 laps to go for your race leaders.
Not a lot of guys running that wide arc into that final handful of corners. I think they just don't want to have that door open, and I think the benefits are not as good as the potential downside of leaving that door open, even if you're getting a 10th or so faster. So again, a lot of guys just trying to maximize the pace here without giving the guy behind too many opportunities. Elwood still trying to make a move, cannot get it done. Great defense from Lyda here.
Really good drive right there. In fact, Lyda gets a great run off corner exit as they come up the hill, but Elwood will have help from Hastings for a push as they head into the hook. Big time run. How Hastings tries to go around the outside to see if he can make a move around Elwood. Not going to be able to do so. Elwood gets a good push as they come get the white flag. Everyone just bunny hopping, trying to get that engine from not being bogged down as they come across the line. White flag in the air. Elwood has his first passing opportunity here. Not close enough to try anything.
Not close enough to strike. And Alan Elwood running out of opportunities. We haven't seen it too much in turn 1. How about this first inner loop section? Shorter than what we're normally used to, so not enough of a run to really chuck it up the inside, but Elwood hugging the inside, trying to find any place to at least close that gap to maximize his chances. Now onto the back straight. This is one of the longest parts of the racetrack. If he's able to get that head down and tuck in, he can close it. Hastings won't have a shot. He goes wide and kicks up dust behind. It immediately becomes a 2-kart race. Onto the fish hook for the final time. What's Elwood got? Runs a wide arc, trying to arc, dives to the inside at the buzzer, but now the over-under, side by side. Lyda with the crossover move and throws the Uno reverse card back at Alan Elwood. Checkered flag is out, and the 5 of Alan Elwood takes it on Saturday.
Elwood not happy about that right there because he knew he made the mistake, but Matthew Lyda saw it, capitalized on Elwood's mistake, and took home the checkered flag.
What a phenomenal duel to the very end, and it was Matthew Lyda taking the win, barely over Alan Elwood going down to the final corner. Derek Hastings with a rare mistake on that final lap brings it home in 3rd. David Galania coming home In fourth, guys, Gorman, Fire, Davis, Winter, and Moneson, your top 10. Step away for just a second with junior and cadets coming up here from Cincy.
So there's three basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at an onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from Motorsports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver is not. You see that one driver is oversteering and the other driver is pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
Time to go back racing once again, and here we go with your cadet and junior category in the 206. Here's your starting lineup. It is Tegan Schneider on the pole with Leighton Mole in second, Adler Klein, as well as Isaiah Maxey in row 2, Homer Heyman and William Richards in row 3, with Cooper Mole and Will Wilkie in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Trevor Perfetti and Ryder Nesbitt, with Vince Krzyzewski and Brant Hutchins, your top 12. Drew Schneider, the only 206 cadet driver out here today. He'll be starting tail end Charlie in 13th position.
Gonna see what the lone cadet can do from the back of the field, but it's the fellow Schneider Tiger out in front, Tegan out in front, alongside Leighton Mole. This was a great battle at the front in the pre-final. We'll see if they can pick up right where they left off. Adler Klein also able to make some moves in that 33. Going to be very interesting, though, to see what Drew can do from last.
Here they come into the trim line, and smart move right there for Drew Schneider. Try to avoid any of the chaos that may ensue here on the opening lap. But Tegan Schneider, Leighton Mole, who will see Leighton competing in the junior shifters later on today, as they come into the tram line. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here at the MCC as we get set to go racing here today. All about a matter of when you can fire off, which is right there at the blue cones. Everyone giving a little bit of heads up. Hey, slow it down. Let's try to make a clean start in the tram line. Green flag is out, and already we're going to go 2 and 3 wide into turn number 1, and already the 9 of Tegan Schneider gets a great jump. Adler Klein moves up to P2, along with the driver of Leighton Mole dropping back to P3. The 43 machine of Heyman moving up a couple of spots as they battle for 4th position.
It was Isaiah Maxey in that white 22 trying to make a move early and go to the middle of the track to pounce early. Was not able to make a move. He'll stay in 4th. Good breakaway, though, from Tegan at the start as we stay clean and green onto the front straight, or onto the back straightaway for the first time. Prime time to make some early moves. Are we going to see any takers as we head into the hook? A couple of guys hanging it a little bit lower, but no one making a move just yet. Right on the bumper, though. Everybody trying to keep themselves in contention, at least, to make a move, but we are all in one piece to finish the opening lap.
Good start here for Tegan Schneider as he will take over the race lead and maintain. Adler Klein, though, setting himself up here with a 4-kart breakaway. Mole and Maxey right there with him as they try to compress their way forward, but now starting to decompress, stretches out a little bit more to where this could be about a 7-kart train for this race lead here. It's now a matter of who can be brave and make those heroic decisions to get around their competitor in a timely manner as they work their way up towards the top of the hill. Adler Klein putting on a great drive here as they crest over the hill, looking through to see what they can do, and so far No one's going to strike just yet. Just take their time. Realize we still have Ryle Racing. Just as I say that, Leighton Moult showed the nose on Klein. Could not make the pass work.
He did that a couple of corners earlier, trying to get that Burrell Kart through, but does not have a big enough gap to fully clear Adler Klein in the first lap. A little bit of a pop-up further behind. I believe that's Maxi on the inside trying to get by Leighton for third. Unable to get that move. Now here comes Mole to the inside of turn number 2. How much of a fight will Klein give? He carries all of that momentum on the outside. That bites back Maxi, who loses a position in the process.
He does lose a position and could be more positions because here comes Leighton Moult and Homer Heyman as they try to cross Maxi over a little bit. Both of them make a slight contact. That gives the position back to Leighton Moult, but Heyman now under pressure from Wilkie, who will get the spot. Here comes Moult down to the inside as he looks the way into the corner, and he will complete the pass on Maxi, moving Moult back to P3 here as they work their way out of the hook.
Big shakeup just behind. I believe that's William Richard back in 7th in that orange cart. Excuse me, Will Wilkie, who just made some big moves there trying to advance up the field. It's been a big doghouse further back. Purple lap that time by for Adler Klein, 58.242. And Will Wilkie with a great move on Homer Heyman gets that 84 machine up into P5.
Starting to pull away here from your top 2 ahead of Leighton Moult. Moult's got a little bit of help from Maxi. Wilkie by himself. Heyman also trying to keep pace with your top 5 as they make the run through the S's. Really good fight for positioning here as they work up, and here comes the driver of Klein. He's going to try to set himself up for a pass as there's another pass further back here for position. That's Nesbitt and Richards by the looks of it going at it. And here comes Klein with a big stint to try to show the nose to the inside. Not able to make it work. Goes back in line to solve through and continue to push Tegan Schneider away from the competition.
The separation of a great driver from a good driver, the ability to not crack under pressure despite having someone nipping at your heels for long periods of time, even if they are on paper a faster driver, doing everything you can to not crack, to stay focused and to not let that driver through. Leighton Moult and Adler Klein have been showing pace behind Tegan, but they have not been able to get through. It's been phenomenal defense from the 9 out in front.
Yeah, so far Tegan Schneider goes a little defensive, try to make sure that Klein wasn't going to try any fuzzy business right there. Slides back to get himself prepped and ready for the corner. So far, as we watch further back, the battle for the 6th position between Homer Heyman and William Richards. Heyman holds the position as they come out of the final corner, and here we come across the front straightaway. Wilkie looking to pick up a spot in against Maxi. He gets back in line though, not able to get to the inside as Wilkie sets a new track record.
And he's your biggest mover so far, running in 5th, starting in 8th, has gained 2 positions on the afternoon. Ryder Nesbitt and Drew Schneider also gaining 2 positions. So no super hard charges through the field, but considering Wilkie has been really standing out on pace and has driven through a very competitive part of this field. It's been very impressive driving from the 84 pilot. Leighton Moult was not in this podium battle or in this lead battle initially, but these two scrapping with one another has dragged that TKG machine right back into the mix. And I'll tell you what, Taylor, with a little bit of pushing here from Will Wilkie to Isaiah Maxey, it might become a 5-car furball for the win here in just a couple laps time. Bit of a look to the inside.
Hey, we saw that pass right there, a little bump from the 25 of Mo. He'll get to the inside of Adler Klein to take over that 2nd position. Great pass, great use of execution, and now he will set his sights on Tegan Schneider. Does he have something for the race leader in that number 9, the multi-time winner this season, as Tegan tries to continue to put the hold on the position, but Mo got a great run off corner exit of turn number 5, and now seeing that what he can do, he may try to show the nose here as he does, down to the inside, side by side, battle for the race lead, new race leader, and how about the little kick in the back end right there from Mo, and this will open the door for Klein to take back 2nd place. dropping Tegan Schneider, your race leader, back to third.
Will she drop back any further? Because again, you've got a hard-charging Will Wilkie waiting to find another opportunity to pounce forward. We've seen a couple of opportunities for moves into turn one, and actually Tegan is right on the bumper of Klein still. She's ready to make a move if need be. Already a breakaway though for Leighton Mull, who sets the new track record, that time by a 57.397. Homer Heyman further back, putting the pressure on William Richard for sixth.
Oh boy, this is gonna get exciting. Your top five all right there, ready to do battle for this race lead. As they come up to the top of the hill, you'll see right here how this all plays out. Everyone's just gonna be patient, not push the envelope, and just as I say that, Schneider trying to show the nose to the inside of Klein, not able to do anything, but here comes Wilkie with a head of steam.
Wanted to make that move, saw the door open and thought about a lunge, but kind of knew that that would have been an expensive one. Won't be as costly if he has that momentum on the inside of the front straightaway. Can't get there though.
He's got some pace. He just does not have enough of that push that he needs to get around Tegan Schneider for that third position. Klein also under pressure from Tegan as they head into the corner, and just looks like that. Tegan Schneider moving back up into second, and Will Wilkie will follow her and get that position ahead of Klein.
Isaiah Maxey just the caboose of this train here with the 55. And with 90 seconds and a lap to go, can Tegan Schneider get front? Can Will Wilkie move even further forward? He wanted to with a look to the outside through the hook. But again, these are expensive decisions and could lead to Maxey or Heyman working their way through. It'll be about 3 laps to go this time by. You can throw a blanket over these top 5, and Tegan Schneider right there, ready to make a move once again on Leighton Mull in the 25.
Try to make it work, but could not make the pass stick as they head into turn 4 once again. Could Tegan try something here? A little bit of a slide right there by Mull. Gathers it back up for Leighton, but still has enough breathing room to not make too many mistakes though, because here comes Wilkie with a head of steam as they come up to the hill. And let's see if Wilkie will try to show the nose to the inside. Nope, gonna stay tucked up for the time being. Doesn't have enough momentum to try to slingshot past the competitors, as here comes Tegan Schneider back to the inside, takes over the race lead. Leighton Mull trying to capitalize, could not make it work. Tegan Schneider leads the charge with under 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
Wilkie wanted to capitalize on that move, but Tegan immediately parked it on the inside, didn't give Tegan an opportunity, or didn't give Leighton an opportunity to swing back. It'll be 2 laps to go. And now Leighton Mull trying to put the pressure back. Here comes Wilkie on the outside. Makes the move, done it through the kink, but can't get it all the way. Now Mull gonna try and get this move done on the anchors. Klein and Maxey right there, ready to pick up the scraps of this battle. Wilkie has to stay in third. All this battling has done is has thrown Schneider further up to the front of this pack. Big dive here from the inside. Here comes Klein with a big dive in that Tony Kart, is able to get that move done. And now first time we've seen Will Wilkie actually move further back. And we've seen Tegan Schneider move back to the front of this field. She'll see the white flag, but has 4 eager drivers right behind. It's Leighton Mull who's gonna try to put a move into turn number 1, but she goes middle to defend.
Adler Klein, though, really good pace, though, as Tegan Schneider looking to hold on to that position, but Leighton Mull will put some pressures on there. And here comes Wilkie and Maxey battling it out for position. Here comes Leighton Mull with a look to the inside. Can't quite make it work. Here comes Klein as well as they back off a little bit, see if they can get a bit of a draft down this straightaway as Schneider, he goes on the defensive. Mull tries to cross over, and here comes Klein around the outside, gets pushed out of the way. Here comes Mull down to the inside, completes the race lead, and there we'll have Wilkie follow suit. Klein drops all the way back to 5th. White flag in the air this time.
Wilkie with a look to the inside now. What a phenomenal drive to the front. Can he make it go all the way to the lead? Side by side with Leighton Mole. We'll do it one more time. But Tegan Schneider right there with the inside line into turn number 1. How deep will she go? Not enough to get to the lead, but still keeps it side by side with Will Wilkie. Maxie and Klein waiting to pounce just behind. They'll go side by side as we head to the inside loop for the final time.
Here they come. Schneider is going to drop back to P3 as Mole is going to hold position here as they work their way up to the top of the hill for the final time. Wilkie, though, has had incredible pace all day long. Mole goes on to the offensive. Everyone drops to the bottom. Here comes Tegan Schneider trying to go around the outside, cross over and do the same pass that we saw Mole do. Pushes on the back bumper of Wilkie, and he will try to push his way through, but here comes Maxie. Maxie moves up to P3, and out of the final corner is going to be a drag race here. Maxie and Wilkie. Mole looks to the inside. Wilkie tries to drag race to the start finish, and as they come across the line, here comes Mole, and it will be Leighton Mole by just half a tenth of a second over Will Wilkie. Incredible drive between the two young superstars.
Almost was an 8th to 1st drive for Will Wilkie, and a half of a tenth was the difference between victory and defeat. Still a massive chip on the shoulder for the 84 Tegan Schneider, just getting a little bit over eager there, trying to get back to the lead. She loses 2 spots at the very end to finish in 4th. Klein, Heyman, Mole, Nesbitt, Schneider, Richard, and Perfetti rounding out your top 11. What a phenomenal 206 Cadet and Junior Final.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Engines have fired. It's time for the final 206 race of the day. And it is going to be as follows. James Overbeck and Addison Ianello on the front row with Braden Heber in 3rd position. Wyatt Deegan, Gavin Degenhart round out your top 5 with Garrett Hagerman, Skylar Perfetti, and Tanner Gorman rounding out your top 8.
It was a really, really good battle to get things started with Overbeck and Ianello. Going to be very, very fun to see those two at the front. Braden Haber, do not count out that 8. It's been phenomenal pace from the grade 8 as well, with Wyatt Deegan trying to play the upset here. As the track has rubbered in, Taylor, the outside line has actually been pretty equal on the outside. We saw some guys pushing and shoving on the inside to really capitalize on the start, but I feel like it's about even on the tram lines. I don't think there's really a specific advantage here. We'll see if that's changed here as we get set to go green for the seniors.
Here we go, set to go racing for our 3rd race, and it's going to be a fun one. 206 Seniors, green flag is out, and already Addison Ianello and company drop back a little bit. Overbeck leads the charge with Braden Heber and also the driver Wyatt Deegan moving up into P3 as they sort themselves out. Addison Ianello dropping back to P4 as they work their way into turn number 4, but already a great drive. Everyone's single file for the time being.
So Degenhart and Heber, the two big winners in that whole shot. And the inside was indeed the advantage with the 206s, just because you get those big shoves. First run down the back straightaway. Are we going to have any takers? It's already a 5-cart freight train for the lead. Little bit of a look to the inside there from Haber to maybe take the lead from James Overbeck. Think smarter of it. Still 9 minutes of racing ahead of us.
Certainly is the case, and watch as we see what will become of Heber. Heber's going to try as Addison Iannello looks to the inside of the driver of Degenhardt and will complete the pass on Degenhardt for the 4th spot.
Braden Haber still putting that pressure on James Overbeck. Was the fastest guy around the first time by. They did a 7:57. And has stayed glued to the bumper just behind Gavin Degenhardt. Starting to break away from Addison Iannello, trying to get that gap. Haber, though, been very racy to get this started. Are we going to see a move into the fishhook? As ran a lower line exact carbon copy of the move they tried earlier on. And that one was a little bit more costly because Degenhardt is right there in the mix now.
Degenhardt is really having a good run, but Addison Iannello, though, in that 3rd position. Beautiful drive for her. Of course, what she was racing here in the Cup Karts North America set the fastest lap of the race here, so she knows a thing or two about setting the pace, and she's already doing that right now with fast laps so far, as she tries to follow and keep up with her Coyote teammate, and Braden Heber, one of the drivers who we've seen on quite the regular this year so far in the Club Regional Championships at Indy and here in Ohio as they work their way up to turn number 5, and already your top 3 starting to spread out, but Heber helping Overbeck push along and try to pull away from Addison Iannello up the top of the hill, and we look to see if anyone else is going to try to set something up here. You got that battle between Dakin and Hagerman for 5th. So far, Heber shows the nose, can't quite make it work, and as they work their way through the S's out of the hook, it's now single file, a calm before the storm.
Still trying the inside line. 3rd time was not the charm for Haber. No help from Lo further back, but the teamwork is working up here, whether they want to or not. This collaboration between the podium places is slowly but surely breaking them away from Degenhardt, Deegan, and Hagerman. That, by the way, becoming a doghouse of its own further back. A little bit of a peek from Iannello. Will try on the inside of turn number 4, makes it a quick move, and gets that 46 up into P2.
Great drive right there by Addison Iannello, who has now worked her way through and try to get up with her Coyote teammate of James Overbeck for a good fight for the finish here as Braden Heber. And then you got Degenhardt under pressure from Deegan and Hagerman as they will do battle for position.
Almost a carbon copy of the duel we saw earlier as a look to the inside. That's Hagerman trying to make a move, and now there's trouble for the 95 Deegan parked on the outside of the penultimate corner, and that might have been a bad knock and did something to that Briggs power plant because he is stranded on the outside. Not sure if he was able to get that cart going again, Taylor.
Well, the problem I saw from that contact is he got up onto the back of one of the drivers that was ahead of him. I believe that was Degenhardt that had that issue, so that caused a whole lot of chaos right there, and unfortunately it messed something up in that car, so that will put Wyatt Deegan out of the race.
So that leaves us in the battle for 4th. Down to Gavin Degenhardt and Garrett Hagerman as they work their way down the straight. And just further back there on your screen, the 11, Skylar Perfetti, trying to work into this mix as well. This tussle started with some eager driving from Hagerman, and that murdered out 91 kart is a little bit more reluctant to do the same next time by.
Certainly is, and a little bit of reluctancy could cost you the chance of victory as we keep an eye on the competitors and watch here with the number 3 of Gavin Degenhardt. Trying to hold on with the 97, or 91 I should say, of Hagerman. Those two trying to work together to see if they can try and chase down your top 3, but with 5 seconds behind and with only 5 minutes plus 2 laps, it's going to be a close call.
I think it's already at this point teamwork out the window, trying to maximize what you've got in these sets of circumstances, which is why we're seeing this eagerness from Hagerman. You could hear that kind of flutter as they were off the limiter from the pack up ahead. So the bumping effect is in full motion here, as they are really putting that gap 5.5 seconds on the remainder of the field. Hagerman trying to make some moves, but not able to get it done. Here's a move, though. Addison Iannello looking to the inside, takes that lead from James Overbeck. New leader with 4 minutes to go.
Beautiful pass right there from Addison Iannello to take over the race lead. She'll now lead the charge with the driver of James Overbeck right there, sitting comfortable in second. Heber sees that he might have a shot of taking the fight to Overbeck. Tries to see if he can show the nose to the inside. Not close enough to try anything here, and we'll just have to follow suit.
Braden Haber waiting in the wings. Had the purple lap last time by at 56.914. Doesn't have anywhere to put it just yet. And again, I think being the third place contender in this scenario is a funny one, because if you try to make that move on second and it's too expensive, there's a good chance you basically ruin both you and second place's opportunity to get to the lead. So I think, unfortunately, the only option Braden Haber really has in this scenario is sit back and wait for a move, like right now with Overbeck, who had a really good run going into turn one, but sat and waited.
That's the thing, is all about showing patience right here, and I think that's what we're going to see with Overbeck along with Haber. We know we still have quite a bit of racing left to go. A lot can happen here, and as they work their way around the circuit here, coming up towards the back half of it, and I got to say, Overbeck's just going to be patient, not going to push the envelope here. As they come into the hook, so far it is just smooth sailing for Addison Iannello, and as they work their way through, we could see Braden Haber trying to see about just maintaining the points lead. I mean, he's got a great chance of continuing. Addison Iannello is a little bit further back. Same thing with Overbeck, who's just making his debut in start of the season. Look over the shoulder from Iannello with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
You can still hear that flutter from one of the engines, and someone clearly running some far shorter gearing and is bouncing off the limiter onto the straightaway. We'll try and figure out who that is. I'll tell you what, it might be Haber. He's been able to really launch out of these corners, but again, it's just had nowhere to go. As, man, they are bumper to bumper to bumper coming out of turn number 7. Minute and 45 seconds to go. Are we gonna see someone try and make a move? Overbeck thought about it, but again, I think it's going to be until the last lap and a half before we really see guys get things out.
Really good fight here in the closing stages as we get a good run. James Overbeck just going to stay behind here for the time being. Try to play teammate, working with the Coyote of Addison Iannello to keep Braden Haber at bay for a chance of a Coyote 1-2.
Not if Braden Haber has anything to say about it. And is there camaraderie at all between Iannello and Overbeck, despite sharing a tent? Who wants this win more? The last thing they can do is give Haber an opportunity to snatch victory from both of them. Needs to be something in both of their minds here. Starting to run out of opportunities here for James Overbeck. He's been in this situation numerous times on the national stage, but can he snatch this position from Addison Iannello with 35 seconds and 2 laps to go?
It's going to be 3 laps left here for our competitors as they come across the line. I think now is the time to where we might start seeing a little bit of testing the waters, trying to see if they can find a nick in the armor to get around their competitors here in the closing stages, as Overbeck looks to see what he can do here. Is he going to just stay tucked up behind with Iannello, or will he try to do like what he did in the pre-final? Wait till the final couple of corners, then make the attack here as they work their way through. Really great racing amongst your top 3. Braden Haber falls back just a little bit here on your top 2 Coyotes as they crest over the hill.
Watch the draft effect, though, going down this back straightaway. And with a little bit of courage on the brakes, he's going to be able to close that gap almost immediately. There he is, right back on the bumper of the 2 Coyotes, so it doesn't take long with a mistake to close that gap, especially with a straightaway as long as that, connecting 7 and 8. Timer hits 0. It'll be twin sticks, and it'll be white flag next time by. Haber with some great momentum, but again, doesn't want to lose his opportunity to take the win outright. So watches Overbeck and tries to observe what he's going to do here.
I'm really curious to see how this will work out, because Overbeck is being not really going on the attack just yet, just taking his time, working with Addison, keeping Braden Heber at bay, because Heber is really ready to go, but just can't find the opening he needs. He'll look over the shoulder, knows he's got plenty of room, not having to worry about any other competitors whatsoever behind as they come up through to take the white flag. One more time around, Iannello leads the charge out of the final corner with the white flag in the air.
Has been defending from James Overbeck for the past 5 minutes. Can she do it on the lap? That counts. Gloves come off. A big lunge to the outside from Haber. Will try to do the over-under through turn number 2. Still has nowhere to go as we work our way towards the inner loop. Overbeck wanted to get the attack on Iannello. He's now had to worry about defending from the 8.
Here we go, coming into the final couple of corners here. Big time passing opportunity coming up for both Overbeck and Heber, as Overbeck will push Iannello up the track here, and as they do, she'll go to the bottom. Heber stays to the top side and seeing if he can find his way to with a big run and go for second. Big time run coming through the final couple of corners. Heber goes a little too wide, lets the car slide a little bit, but here comes Overbeck, shows the nose as they come out of the final corner. Addison Iannello, welcome to victory lane here in the MCC for the first time this season. She could take home the checkered flag and will do so here at MCC.
Not cracking under pressure for 10 minutes and 2 laps. The kind of driving that builds championships. Drag race to the line further back. Degenhart and Hagerman. Oh my goodness. Less than 1/10 of a second separating those two, but it'll be Degenhart over Hagerman. Skylar Perfetti bringing it home in P6. Tanner Gorman in 7th, and Wyatt Deegan able to get that 995 going once again, but we'll have to settle for P8. Time to roast some gears when the junior shifters take track in just a couple moments' time.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Well, we have 3 karts set to go racing in your junior shifter category. Leighton Mullen, Nico Katowski will be on the front row with William Richards, the other shifter kart. Didn't make it in the pre-final or qualifying, but will be out here for the finals where it counts. If I'm looking at this correctly, I think so. This could be the first time we've seen junior shifter racing here at MCC. So exciting to see this happen for our competitors here today as we see these drivers get set to go and do battle for the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
So Leighton Mole in the 25, Nico Katowski. We didn't see William Richard in the 587, and you got to imagine maybe there was some knowledge there that the last starting position would be P3 and maybe saving some tires. We'll have to wait and see if there's any advantage going the way of the 587.
Absolutely, we're about to find out, and hopefully he learned and understand what needs to be done in having a shot of victory here today, or as we talked about, might have learned a thing or two by utilizing his Micron 6, which you can find by scanning the QR code at shopakr.com.
Still trying to talk to the Micron people to see if they can get a live KC feed on there for the Micron 7. We'll figure it out.
Absolutely. We'll have to talk to them and discuss how we can have that added on additional features here as they make their way into the stram line and get set to go racing here today into the start box. There you see Sean Bailiff giving everyone a quick little reminder. Hey, the blues cone is when you can start to go racing. You gotta wait till then. So we wait for the time to turn these drivers loose. And green light, and away we go racing. Leighton Mole already pulling up to a great jump, but here comes Nico Katowski to the inside. He'll take over the race lead here on the opening lap.
First time we've seen Katowski out in front, and Richard is right there as well to get things started. A far closer start for the final than we saw in the pre-final earlier this afternoon, but Katowski already feeling the pressure from Mole. And down the backstretch for the first time. Here comes Mole to the inside through the hook. Katowski having to walk the tightrope around the outside, has to give that position up.
Certainly is. Oh, a little bit of a side right there from Mole and Katowski as he will work his way through to hold on for dear life. But Leighton Mole already gets the race lead, and he will lead the charge across the line. And here comes Richard to the inside, moving up to P2.
Dealing with a lot of horsepower, especially when you're dealing with an upgrade from, say, a Swift motor or a Briggs. Not easy to deal with in the bigger shifter carts. Easily 45 to 50 horsepower out of the KZ1s, so have to learn to be a little bit more gentle with that right foot when you're making that jump up.
Yes, certainly have to, as those two will now switch back to positions with Katowski back up into second place, getting around Richards here, and he will now work his way around holding position as they come through the S's out of the hook. Leighton Mole stretches out that race lead as he sets a record lap time. Let's see if he can improve upon his record across the line again. He does. A 51.50. Katowski is half a second behind in lap times.
So again, haven't really seen long-term pace from William Richard. As, man, another big slide there from Leighton Mole. Still trying to learn the limits of that 25. But going to be interesting to see. We know what one lap is like for William Richard. What does 10 minutes and 2 laps look like? He's definitely within race pace right now, keeping Nico Katowski honest in second, as he slowly tries to close that gap and clear the 92.
He's going to try everything he can right here, and as they come out of the final corner, it's still going to be a big run coming from Richards in that cosmic shifter. As he shows the nose, looks to see if he can do anything, not close enough to try. I'll have to back it down and be careful with his run through, and it's going to be a good little fight here for the battle for second.
Kid from Powell, Ohio, driving for Rocketech Motorsports, has ran in OVKA, Buckeye Karting Series, a lot of four-wheeled stuff throughout the state of Ohio, and is one of the newer guys to MCC. but has had a really great start so far in the junior shifters.
Really great start indeed as he looks to try to maintain, and a little bit of a slide bobble right there for the driver of Richards, as he will now have to drop back and lose valuable time on second place.
Last lap from Nico Katowski, half a second quicker than Leighton Mull at 50.447. That's a new class record for this MCC layout. So all of a sudden, you got to ask, maybe Katowski went back to the 10th, did some data, and might be able to close this gap to the 25. Still 6 minutes and change. So certainly not impossible. But Richard's starting to really drop behind here further back.
Yeah, let's see how this all plays out, because Katowski is really starting to close the gap further and further. And remember, this was the same driver in the pre-final who pulled it down behind pit road after a couple of laps. So yeah, this is a big time step up that we're seeing from Katowski, as he once again sets a new track record of 50.46 right here. A great run for him.
Almost an entire second quicker than Leighton Mull out in front. You almost got to ask if something's happened to the 25, because there's been a monumental drop-off in pace in recent laps. And all of a sudden, Nico Katowski could be taking this lead from the 25. It's been a very interesting past couple of laps. Richards dropped like a stone, but Katowski right there with Mull for the lead. Looks to the inside and is able to get that move on the fishhook.
Beautiful pass right there. A little bit of a bobble right there we're seeing coming from Mull, as he will lose some time as they work their way around the circuit. And here they come across the line, 5 minutes to go. And it's going to be Katowski pulling away.
Mull trying to make an adjustment there on top of the radiator as he tries to close that gap. Look at everybody watching right now, hanging over the fence, watching these two future stars go at it in junior shifter. And Mull, for the first time, has given up that lead to Nico Katowski. Took it in the start, but has battled back to the front. And this has been the longest we've seen Mull out of first. He is struggling to keep up with the pace of Katowski right now.
He certainly is, because looking over the lap times right now between the two of them, Leighton Mull is just falling further and further back. He just finally set his fastest lap of the race, but still nowhere near the times that Nico Katowski is setting.
Personal best for Mull that time by as well, a 50.965. But it felt like there was an immediate change in pace for everybody about 2-3 laps ago. And Katowski continues to pull ahead and is starting to get out of drafting range. Leighton Mull might be struggling to close that gap. In the back straightaways, with Katowski able to just carry so much speed. And there's plenty of different factors in the shifter carts. Added horsepower means, again, you got to be so much more careful when tiptoeing back on power, dealing with gears, making sure you're in the right one on corner exit, and using that engine to help you brake and rotate the car at the apex. A lot of different factors that you've got to mentally adapt to compared to a fixed gear kart.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking through here, and so far it is going to be Nico Katowski pulling away further and further. I mean, Leighton Mull get a couple of good runs here or there where he can maybe pick up a couple of tenths in certain aspects of the track, but not really have picked up the pace like we saw him do in the feature or the pre-final race.
Last lap, 50.601 from Katowski, a 50.983 from Leighton Mull, but now looks like pace might be starting to evolve and go back to the 25. That gap slowly but surely closing. Visually, it's down to 2 tenths. A 51.422 from Katowski, a 50.701 from Leighton Mull. Pace indeed starting to go back the way of Leighton Mull.
Could Leighton Mull have something here coming for in the late stages? A shot of victory to sweep the weekend. It's going to be excitement amongst them as they come in towards the hill section of the course. Up they will go. And Katowski gonna show the nose here and see what he can set himself up for as they work their way around. And already Katowski stretches it out by a couple of tenths right there.
Look at how early Mull is. He's so eager to overtake. He's getting on the gas so early, kicking that tail out. And that is costing him clear overdriving of the kart right now from Mull, but he's still within half a second striking distance from Katowski.
It seems like Katowski is just finding that little bit extra in certain tracks to just keep the back of Mull away from him as best that he can.
It's really, really solid for him in the first handful of corners. I think he just get to the tighter technical areas. It's really hard for him to launch, but he's been phenomenal at rolling the power on through. First couple of corners, the higher speed stuff. But I think just that really troublesome start-stop section of, final 2-3 corners where we're really seeing Leighton struggle.
And of course, for William Richards, he's just going to go out there, learn a little bit. And that's what this class is all about, learning about how to work the shifter carts. It's just real. I mean, there's still a race. There's still a trophy to be given out, but you're just learning the importance of how to drive these powerful styles of carts.
So with some strong starting there from William Richard, and this has unfortunately evolved into a 10-minute practice session for him, but again, still valuable intel in the first handful of shifter races for them. Last time buyout up in front, Nico Katowski at 50.460, a 50.598. So leader Katowski starting to get it figured out once again with 2 laps to go.
Katowski doing just what he needs to do to hold his positioning, hold the track conditions. He's now got a 2-second advantage over your second place driver of Leighton Mull. If he can just maintain that, he will be doing just fine to capture the flag.
Major drop back here for Leighton Mull, who looked to be so dominant to get this junior shifter day started. And Nico Katowski has really unlocked some pace in that 92, and he needs one more clean lap to take the JS final on Saturday. 2 seconds up from Leighton Mull.
Great. Leighton Mull is doing everything he can to work his way around the circuit here with the last lap on the board, and just absolutely a great drive for Nico Katowski, setting the record-setting lap once again. And I gotta say, it's an incredible drive for him here today. And I have to say, I wish we could see him running against some of the other pro shifters that are about to go.
Oh, yeah. We'll see what the decision is from MCC come tomorrow, and whether or not pros will run with the juniors in a mixed class like we've seen with the Swifts. But today, it's all about Nico Katowski out of the final corner to the checkered flag. And we'll see his first junior shifter win. Nico Katowski takes it on Saturday over Leighton Mull.
Well, from the junior shifters, we now make our way to get set for the pro shifters about to take to the track. And this is going to be one we're going to excited to see if anyone could have to say for the excitement. You're about to find out as they're next here on Kart Chaser. Here's your starting lineup. Safahadik the third on the front row with Chase Gilhart second. Fred Robertson and Ben Lida on his shifter debut with Doug Duff and Paul Rydzewski, who did not have a great run, had some issues. Hopefully to try to pick up a little bit extra and hopefully have a better run today.
Rydzewski in the 507 needed some help getting off the grid once again, but it was all Safahadik the third out in front for the pre-final. Has anybody else brought anything? Chase Gilhart, we've been used to seeing in the first couple of rounds here in 25. Same with Fred Robertson. It's going to be very interesting to see if anyone is able to bring the pace. Field is too wide. We'll run it one more time here before we rack them up for the standing start.
Field now works their way around the circuit here to get themselves ready to go racing here once again in your pro shifter category as we get set to watch these drivers do battle at the top of the hill and be ready to see some excitement kick in for our competitors.
So again, 45 to 50 horsepower on tap here for your pro shifter drivers. And they're going to have to deal with that from a standstill for this start, as Bailiff tries to line them up into their tracks. No need for the blue cone of justice this time by.
No, not this time. Everyone already knows what they need to do for this one here in the pro shifter category.
All clear from Bailiff. Gilhart on the outside. Actic on the inside. Ready to go for the Pro Shifter Final. Green flag is out. We're racing.
Great jump right there by Safahadik as he works his way around in the 91. Gilhart stays tucked up behind as those two try to pull away from the rest of the competition. Heading down into turn number 3 and 4, Robertson and Duff have that battle for third, while Lida struggling with some pace right now. Rydzewski following back as well.
No drama like we saw last time by for Paul Rydzewski, who was able to get that 507 rolling, no problem. But up front, it's the usual suspects. Safahadik the third, Chase Gilhart with Robertson fending off from Duff in the 100, and Duff gonna look to the inside to get to that bottom spot on the podium to complete lap number 1. Penalty potentially for the 93 there. I'm trying to see what that warning was.
Jump
for
start.
A jump start for the 93.
Oh boy, that's going to be a situation that we're going to have to wait and see what the officials decide to say and do with regards to that, as we'll keep an eye and see if there is going to be a black flag given for him before the end of this race.
Hard to tell from our camera. It didn't necessarily look like it from our viewpoint, but again, we've got kind of that front-on view, so hard to tell. First lap by 49.68 from Safahadik the third. And first lap at full song about to be placed in the book. Great start here from Doug Duff, able to take it from Fred Robertson, and has stayed there for the time being. Back to the front, Safahadik, 48.037. 2/10 slower from Chase Gilhart that time by.
Yeah, just a little bit slower. That's going to cause a little bit of stack up right here. And as they work their way around, Chase Gilhart staying right there hot on the trails. And you may think, oh, about a half a second, that seems like not that, or seems too large of a gap. Well, not for the pro shifters. This is the top echelons of karting. This is your Formula One, if you would think of it, of kart racing here as they work their way out of the hook. They see here, he's starting to get a good run, hits the gears through as they come up to turn 1, and already looking at the times as they cross, Safahadik responds with the fastest lap of the race. Gap now, 0.4 of a second.
Speaking of Formula One, Safahadik definitely has that Charles Leclerc trait to him, both on and off track, because off track, a lot of instruments he actually plays. Has played guitar, piano, and violin, and has done a lot of that to help off track. So very cool to see our multi-talented king here out in the lead.
Absolutely, as he leads the charge, heading off into the final couple of corners here. Safa Haddock trying to see if he can stretch out that race lead here with 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional 2 laps. Across the line, gap is 0.6 of a second, so he's able to pick up another 2.5 tenths as we go further back to the battle between Doug Duff, Ben Lyda, as well as Fred Robertson. No further action required. He is free and clear to keep racing, but he's under immense pressure from Ben Lyda, who is now trying to find his way around to get into the 4th position. And he'll looks like we can't quite make it stick.
Looks like we missed some issues as well for Paul Rydenzuski, which might have had some mechanical troubles bite him again. 20 seconds off pace. Brutal Saturday, unfortunately, for the 507. Ben Lyda, though, trying to turn some lemons into lemonade and move forward with a pass on Fred Robertson. We've seen a lot of moves here through the hook with the shifters, with that kind of stop-go ability. And tell you what, Taylor, I think what makes the shifter racing so special in this layout is just how many of these corners are stop-start for these karts, and how important a launch out of corners is to make a move possible.
It really is, and as we watch this battle here between Ben Lyda and Fred Robertson, Lyda's just really need to be careful of how well he parks that corner, and he gets a great run right here. He may try something as they come down the hill, as they work their way through. Really good run for him. Now he backs off a little bit, has to realize he's got to give way as he tries to over-under, can't quite get to the inside. Now finds the opening, completes the pass right there for 4th position on Robertson, and starts to now stretch out that lead. Clips the graph a little bit, but gathers it back up. Great pass right there for the rookie Ben Lyda.
Notice that immediate move he made, trying to make that move on the inside and then make a mad dash for the apex immediately, shutting the door from Robertson and keeping him from making that move again. That little kick in the dirt, obviously, for style points. Great stuff, though, from the rookie Ben Lyda, who advances his way into P4. Back up to the front, Safa Haddock still out in front, but a purple lap from Chase Gilhart is keeping the 291 honest.
Yep, he certainly is. Gilhart's doing everything he can to try to find the opening. I mean, these are both Trinity Kart Republic or Trinity Kart Burrell Art machines here, and they are really working well together. They took a lot of information in, worked well with the crews, told them what they needed, and they are now applying what they've learned to go out there and put on the show that you see here today. And how about Gilhart with a big run? He's got a big set pace here and looking to try to capitalize to get Safa Haddock away from the race lead.
Gilhart still looking for a move. A little bit of a peek to the inside. Going into turn number 10, unable to make that move, and is sliding, given everything that 39 has got to try and make that move, and has not been able to close that gap. Now looking to the outside, trying to carry that momentum the long way around into turn number 1. Good exit. I think Haddock knows that there's something in that 39 behind him, starting to go into the middle of the track here. Give Gilhart some commitment issues.
Certainly seems to be the case, but Gilhart shows the nose a little bit, wants to try to get a pass set up, can't quite make it work as Safa Haddock's perfectly planting the kart where he wants it in order to keep Gilhart behind as they come down the hill. Granted, these two drivers are not going to do anything majorly special as Haddock goes a little wide. You saw the kart slide. You don't want to do that too much. That'll burn those tires quickly, and you've got to be careful with that. But watch and see Safa Haddock get a great run out of the final corner, makes the run, and he will set a time just about a tenth faster than Chase Gilhart. Gilhart still, though, looking for a way to try to get to the inside. May not try anything right now. I think he's going to wait till the final couple of laps here and see how his kart is handling as they approach lap traffic of the 507 of Paul Rozetsky.
So again, a lot of stop-go kind of corners here, the lower speed stuff, but you've got this long sweeping left-hander on the way to the back straightaway, and then this incredibly high-speed outside line. So tire management, again, pivotal, especially in these shifters. And managing heat and wind be absolutely pivotal. Blue flag coming up for Paul Radzycki. He will stay to the side, point him around, and will not be too much of an adversary in this battle. Gilhart right there, though, looking for an opportunity to make a move. He's off! The 39 overcooks it going into turn number 1, and the boulder rolls back to the bottom of the hill for the 39.
Well, that is not what you want to have happen there. Chase Gilhart makes one of the biggest mistakes of the day, and that will cost him a chance of possible victory with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Safa Haddock just has to be smooth, consistent, and hit his marks, because with that grass and debris that's on the tires of Chase Gilhart, those tires are not going to be of any help whatsoever.
So that will put no pressure behind here for Safat Haddock. But again, there's been a little bit of struggle symbols from the 291 as well. We've seen those back tires step out and slide a lot the last couple of laps. And if he just gives it a little bit more of that difference between winning and the wall. So Haddock might need to back up a little bit here to fully seal this victory. But I'll tell you what, he's got a lot less pressure with Gilhart 2.5 seconds further back. Further back, looks like Ben Lyda has actually gotten to the 100 of Doug Duff. That battle for the bottom step of the podium starting to heat up here.
Let's take a
and
look
the
at
rookie
that
in the 991 continues to close that gap. We'll see if we can pick that battle up.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. There they are. I believe that they just made the cross across the start-finish line here. Here they come. Ben Lyda looking for his podium debut. Puts the bumper. Oh, makes contact. Pushes the 00 machine of Doug Duff out of the way, and he will take over that third spot. How about that? Getting up on the elbows there and showcasing he's not afraid to put the bumper.
Some morally ambiguous wheel right now in our battle to the podium, but Doug Duff is not giving this fight up just yet in the 100. But Lyda is launching away now into the back straightaway. 2 laps to go. Nobody home for Haddock. And Ben Lyda able to drive his way all the way from the back of the pack into the podium.
Absolutely, and there you see your third place driver, and then you saw your leader coming through over to turn 4 and 5. So it just shows you the gap between your competitors as Chase Gilhart sets the fastest lap of the race right there. Great drive, but still too far back away to challenge this man right here. Safa Haddock has been smooth, consistent, not really putting any issues to waste. He'll come around to take the white flag, and as long as he keeps it clean, it will be checkers for him. Across the line, the gap between your top two is down to 1.8 seconds amongst them as Safa Haddock gets up on 3 wheels briefly right there, gathers it back up, but so far that cart is planted where it needs to be as he works his way around the circuit. He's actually closing in on Fred Robertson to put him a lap down before this is all said and done, but I think it's just a cruise control victory for Safa Haddock III. Up the top of the hill for the final time in your pro shifter category. Gilhart doing everything he can to catch back up, but it might be too little too late for the 39 Burrell Art from the Trinity Karting Group. But no worries, it will be a TKG 1-2 here in pro shifter. Across the line, it will be Safa Haddock III.
Gilhart going to be kicking himself over what could have been, and had that purple lap in the penultimate time by the stripe as well. Had it not been for that little mistake, it could have been much closer at the very end. But what a drive for Ben Lyda coming out of the final corner on debut. Will stand on the crates on Saturday. Doug Duff going to bring it home in P4 in the 100 machine. Fred Robertson in 5th, and Paul Radzycki continuing to fight those technical gremlins. Parked it 4 laps down. Back to the fixed gears, and we move over to the KAs with the Masters on deck here in Cincinnati.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the
Looks like one driver is out there having a little issue. That's the 291. As we get set to go racing here in the KA Masters as they head out onto the track. Here is your starting lineup. Chris and Andy Kutcher will be on the front row with David Galonina, who is going to be in third, Greg Leahy, Neil Hamilton, and Damian Jennings, your 6 karts.
Colonia going to get a fresh lease on life here from third. Greg Leahy had a quiet pre-final. We'll see what he can do rolling off in fourth. But it was Chris over Andy in the pre-final. Oh my goodness. There's Galonia trying to work his way back to the front. Still has to clear Leahy in 5th, I believe. But by the time this field checks up, we should be good to go. Here we go. Galonia able to slot in. No sweat. And again, looking at the championship, this has been the battle up front all season long. Chris versus Andy. And it was Chris on top in the pre-final, but we've seen that advantage on the outside, especially with the KAs. That drive to the front could start right now from Andy. Only one way to find out. Let's see who will be on top. Let's go racing in the KA100 Masters Final. And Chris drops the hammer immediately, hugs that inside line, and will be to the apex first in turn number 1.
Yeah, great drive right there from Chris and Andy Kutcher as they do what they do best, just find themselves ready to go. But Andy going to try to get a little pressure around, see if he can set himself up for a run around his brother. As, ooh, right there, Chris Kutcher goes into the gravel pit a little bit, has to gather it back up, and that will allow Andy to just back off a little bit, give him a little breathing room. But now, just as I say that, Andy Kutcher to the inside takes over the race lead before we even complete the opening lap.
Still has enough speed to get that move and close the door, not giving Chris an opportunity to swing back. So it'll be Andy leading him to the line for the first time. Galonia is right there, further back, and by the way, in third in that 291. And Jennings able to get 2 spots from that last row and advance into fourth. Good start there from the 275.
Really great start right there by the 275 as he tries to negotiate for his way through up into the top 3. And as they do so, as they work their way up through the gears and up to the top of the hill, it's going to be exciting to see how this will all play out amongst their competitors as we watch the top 3 and Galonia and Jennings battle for that spot.
Very similar to what we saw in the pre-final. The Kuchers out in front, and then the scrap for the best of the rest and that bottom spot of the podium. Galonia under fire from Damian Jennings further back. First full pace lap. Purple one goes to Chris Kutcher, 51.992. Leader did a 52.085. Both of those guys almost a full second up from Galonia and Jennings.
Galonia and Jennings trying everything that they can to close the gap. It's now 1.4 seconds as both the Kutcher brothers are continuing to pull away from the rest of the competition, as both Chris and Andy set the fastest laps of the race. And so far, not going to work out. And so far, it was going to be like, not going to work out at all for either Galonia or Jennings. They're going to have to see if the two Kutchers really go at it, which they might, as we saw Chris put a little bit of a bumper to the back bumper of Andy. Neil Hamilton and Greg Leahy also have a good little fight here, and as they work their way around the circuit, we keep an eye on the two Kutcher brothers who are trying to just continue to dominate the KA Masters category here at MCC as we watch them work their way through. Galonia now trying to see if he can close the gap. He's running some consistent laps, but the problem is he doesn't have any help from his drafting partner. We see Damian Jennings right there behind, not really, though, able to get to his back bumper and help push him. The gap between your top two and Galonia is 2.2 seconds right now. So it's going to be a master effort if Galonia is to try and close in on this battle for the race lead.
Andy Kuchar still out in front, but Chris right there further back. And yeah, that's the issue for Galonia right now. Not really able to get help, has already put a very sizable gap on Dame Jennings in the 275. You can see already about 10 kart lengths separating the two. And that's great for Galonia's pace, but that kind of puts him out on an island by himself, not able to get any help from Jennings getting that front bumper pushing him, and still not quite in draft range to close the gap to the Kuchers. So we'll have to see what he can do out by his lonesome now. We've seen him in this spot a couple of times before, so we'll see what he can do. Kuchar, though, the two Kuchers still out in front, with Andy Kuchar, the Porsche Club national driving instructor, the former pro detailer, and the multi-time champion, out in front over his brother.
Andy's doing an incredible job, and he is really showcasing why he is the top driver here at MCC, looking for win number 4 this season, as he looks his way around the circuit and will continue to lead the charge here. Under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Just making sure Chris is still there behind him and he didn't leave him in the dust, is what I could gather when he looks over the shoulder like that.
I'm still trying to find out if this is a brother helping brother kind of thing, or both of these guys are just genuinely this much faster than the remainder of the field. Using the bumper and kind of bump drafting is obviously possible. There isn't a limiter like we see in the 206s, but I feel like we don't necessarily see pushing to the same extent that we do in the Briggs. So I really think it's just these two being such a standout from the remainder of this field.
I think it's a mix of both, pretty much, because we know that they are working well together, but they've also have some of the best speed out of anyone. I mean, we rarely see anyone put the pressure on these two brothers anytime we race here at MCC.
Lap number 7 in the books. Andy out in front of 51.869. Chris doing a 51.914. 52.5 from Galonia in third. So again, that solo running not helping at all, but I think the raw pace of the Kuchers still beating them out. Nobody home for the Kuchers.
Oh, there's somebody home. It's just the two Kuchar brothers, though, that are just keeping the door locked.
I like that, Chris Kuchar. Still with the fastest lap of the session, by the way, 51.73. Andy's best of 51.86. So again, I think it is, once again, kind of this biding of time, waiting for Chris. And that move might be right now. Yes, it is. Chris Kuchar back to the front.
I wonder if Andy's
Commentators
gonna be like,
curse.
"All right."
Minute I say they're gonna wait, we see that move be done.
Yeah, there's still a lot of racing left to go, though, I have to say, because
yeah.
we are only 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So I would say we're right around 5 laps left to go in this race, maybe 6.
A little bit of a peek to the inside from Andy there. Hugs the inside, doesn't lunge for the position. They like battling, but they know that a little bit too much, and David Galonia would love to be a part of this mix. Damian Jennings, by the way, personal best lap last time by the stripe, 54.427. He is slowly chipping away at that gap back to David in the 291. So that fight far from over. Further back as well. Just under 2 minutes to go here in the KA100 Masters Final.
2-minute warning given out, and then we are going to see what Chris and Andy will decide to do. Will the two brothers show brotherly love, or will there be a sibling rivalry continuing to explode upon the competition here today as they work their way down the hill? And Andy Kuchar doing everything he can to stay right there as close to his brother, Chris Kuchar, in the closing laps.
Straight in the tracks of the 279 is Andy Kuchar. Another peek to the inside, and we'll get that move done. No fight back from Andy, but a lunge to the outside. Andy getting that left rear up in the air, trying to stay alive now and hold that lead. And now we're starting to see the gloves begin to come off. 60 seconds to go, and the brothers are going at it, working their way into turn number 6.
I think they realize they have enough of wiggle room to actually do battle here, and that's what they are so good at, is they will wait till they get a far enough gap, and then they're like, all right, we're done playing around. We're now going to go and fight each other for this race win and realize we have a race to put on here for the fans at MCC. Coming out of the final corner, it is going to be 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. About 2.5 laps here as they work their way down side by side to the inside. Chris Kuchar will take over the race lead.
Not for now, though, because immediately a move back from Andy on the inside. This is the battle and we've been waiting for the past 2 minutes. No pressure further behind from Galonia, and it is all out between the Kuchars for the win.
Great fight here for the finish as they work their way down into the hill section, and they will make the climb. And so far, Chris and Andy Kuchar are going to battle it out. Chris Kuchar holds on for the moment. Andy really trying to make sure he can hold on to this race lead as Chris is just poking and prodding, just looking and saying, I'm not touching you, but I am going to find my way around you as quickly as possible.
Twin sticks out for the KA100 Master Final. Here comes Chris again with a look to the inside. How much is Andy going to fight back? Early turn in, nearly bumper-to-bumper contact. Chris going all the way down on the racetrack, trying to defend. And it works for the time being. Chris still out in front, but we are far from done here.
We are certainly far from done. A lot of racing still left to go in this race as they make the run down towards the apex. And here we go. Excited to see some great racing action here.
Even if you go way further back, it looks like Galonia has found it. But here comes Chris with a dive to the inside at the very point of the hook. First time we've seen the move in that location. And it's Andy back in front over Chris. What a battle it's been. White flag out. It's going to be a Kuchar winning, but who is it? Side by side across the stripe.
Side-by-side battle, and now already Andy is going on the defensive, white lining around the circuit, trying to hold off his brother as they make the run over to turn 4 and 5. Chris stays up on the top side to see if he can cross him up a little bit, side by side, and he loses time. Andy's got a little bit of breathing room as they head into turn 5 through the cut through, and it's not going to work. And now Andy Kuchar stretches the race lead back out now as they crest over the hill. Chris has anything left. He is trying to find his way, but it might not be to no avail. Andy Kutcher looking for win number 4 of the season, and he is going to look like to do so. That is the Kutcher brother 1-2 once again here at the MCC. Andy picks up his 4th win of the season here in KA Masters.
What a battle between the Kutchers to get the KA100 Masters wrapped up. Galonia able to fend off a revival from Damian Jennings. It's been a really good battle. We haven't even mentioned Neil Hamilton and Greg Leahy all the way at the back of the field. Here they come to the line, and Neil Hamilton gonna be able to fend off Greg Leahy all the way to the checkered flag. A triplet of battles, a triplet of duels, I suppose, to get us ended here in the KA100 Masters. And we'll jump over to some multi-class action when the Micros and Mini Swifts hit the track in just a couple moments' time.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
It is time for the Micros and the Minis to do battle here today. It's yours like this. Kai Park and Jack Katowski are your Mini and Micro pole sitters, with Drew Schneider and Min Lewis in row 2. Wyatt Huntsberger and Sam Hornish round out row 3, with Brogan Wren and Griff Heyman in row 4. Cooper Nystrom rounds out your 9-card field as we get set for the multi-class event of Mini and Micro Swift competition.
And it's a Mini on the inside in the form of Kai Park, Jack Katowski on the outside in the Micros. Drew Schneider and Min Lewis in a pair of Minis. Then you go all the way back to P5 for Wyatt Huntsberger and P5 with the Micro. So very, very interesting sprinkle of mixes here as everybody tries to check up with Nystrom. Trying to just slowly inch into the back of this gap. The blue cone of justice out from Bailiff saying, slow down, guys. Slow enough.
Looking good.
And I believe we'll see the green flag.
We do. Green flag is out. Kai Park leads the charge with Jack Katowski sitting in second place. And I see them giving the hand signal. Timer's
I think
going,
it is Katowski, actually, that took the lead. But yeah, that we might have had this waved off. I'm not entirely sure.
Looking to see if there's any lights, and then also checking the timing and scoring. So far, so good. Yes,
see
indeed.
That yellow
yes,
light, though.
The yellow flag, false start.
While we're waiting to get going here, want to congratulate a former employee of Kart Chaser, that of course being Connor Zilich, who today made his announcement that he will be making a full-time Cup Series debut next year with Trackhouse Motorsports. Super, super cool that we were a part of Connor's journey in one way or another, and that we got to cover a part of Connor's journey as well. Park alongside Katowski will try this one more time.
Oh boy, you got Spaliff with his arms up. He's not happy about it. Tell him, hey, slow it down. Especially when he's got two TKG Kart or Barellards right there who should know better. And away we go, green flag, and we get officially a race start set to go as they make the run over into turn 2. And Katowski and Park will lead the charge in the Micro and Mini Swift, with Drew Schneider now caught up in 3rd position right there, looking to have a good fight.
Clean and green through the first complex of corners. And good breakaway here from Kai Park in that 182. Schneider again making it very easy for us to point out in that green suit. But here comes Huntsberger in the 3, glued to that bumper. Not able to make a move as we go through the fishhook for the first time. And a very, very tame start here in the mini micro final.
Yeah, very good start for everyone. Everyone's just biding their time. Kai Park will lead us into turn number 1. Drew Schneider will be second. Min Lewis, your top 3 in the mini Swift category, while it's Katowski, Huntsberger, and Brogan Wren, your top 3 in the micro category here as they make the charge over into the corners. And you see the magic cart right there of Wyatt Huntsberger getting around Drew Schneider for 3rd overall in this race. As they make the run up to the top of the hill, you got to wonder if Schneider's going to have to deal with the pressure of Min Lewis, who's right there in the hunt to take a podium position away.
So it's the Hawaii, Florida-based Kai Park who is leading us for the time being, who actually is recognized as the youngest pre-signed Formula 4 driving talent. So one of the quickest guys. Very, very rarely do we see. Ooh! Umbrella has gone loose there at the apex of turn number 1. Hopefully that won't bring out a yellow as we see the track marshal pick that back up. Getting back to Kai Park, though. One of the youngest guys to ever get behind the wheel of a Formula 4 car. Very, very cool to see from a kid whose ultimate goal is to make that jump up to F1 someday.
Absolutely, and hopefully we'll see him race at the highest echelons of motorsports. We talk about how karting is that stepping stone to where you can work your way up through the ranks of motorsports. Of course, we talked about Connor Zelich. This is where he started off with in the karting ranks to get out there and race, and now he's driving for one of the most prolific teams in the NASCAR Xfinity Series and also one of the top up-and-coming teams in the NASCAR Cup Series as well in 2026. And of course, there's other charters that have started their names and made their names in the karting ranks before moving up to the highest echelons of American and global motorsports.
Also see teams involved as well. Nitro Motorsports, a great example, seeing them in Trans Am, as well as a plethora of different karting series, being a chassis builder. But there you go. But you look at, I was going to say this is page 1 of the chapter. Were you going to scold me earlier in saying that technically it's kid karts?
Yeah, it is kid karts, actually, because our very own Simon Clyde started off in kid karts, or our very own Simon Sykes started off in kid karts, and look where he was able to accomplish his actions here as they work their way through off the final corner. But USF Pro Champion has competed in the highest, worked his way up through the rankings in open wheel cars, and so yeah, you can start off in kid karts and be able to have the chance to race at the highest levels of motorsports.
I feel like I think a lot of drivers get the wrong message, though, and it's by no means a necessity. I think a great example is you've got sim racing starting to become a far more viable entry as well. Great example, Suelio Almeida, who's driving with some of our MCC karters in the Michelin Pilot Sport Challenge this weekend. Takuma Sato, who started on 2 wheels before getting started in karts far later in life. I think by no means do you need to be starting in mini micro, but you look at guys like Zelich, like Simon Sykes, it certainly helps.
It certainly does, and we're going to see this continuing to play out for our competitors here today as we watch the field work their way around the circuit. And so far for Kai Park, doing what he needs to do, keeping Katowski at bay. Katowski, as we see Katowski switching off around some lap traffic by the looks of it.
77 at Cooper Nystrom there in that Kart Republic machine.
Yeah, so he will have to give way, doing a great job of just staying out of the way of the faster cars and continuing on learning. That's what we all say when it comes to those drivers who are learning. This is a great time to learn how to avoid getting in the way of faster traffic, and he is doing a great job of that.
So move we kind of missed earlier on. Wyatt Huntsberger getting that move past Drew Schneider for P3 outright. Still P2. And the micro class Jack Katowski in second. Still a whole 2 seconds up the road. Just saw him leave the bottom of your screen here as this whole train heads into turn number 1. Halfway home in the mini micro final.
Halfway home indeed, and a lot of racing still to go as we pick up the rest of the field heading down in through the cut-through section of the circuit. So far, so good for our competitors, and really excited to see how this all plays out amongst them as we watch the driver of Huntsberger making a run to catch up. Schneider also there in the hunt as well.
A little bit of housekeeping here before we start wrapping up. Only 2 finals to go here for Saturday, round number 5. Huge thank you to all of the MCC sponsors that make this racing possible. Vrome Lubricants, IAME Engines, MG Tires, Tap Racing Engines, Lucky Design, and Sunoco Race Fuel. Reminder that everybody at home and in the Ohio area can get in on the fun by visiting mccproamkarting.com.
Good little fight right here as Kai Park and Nico Katowski still battle it out amongst themselves to really put on a stellar fight to the finish here as Kai Parker continues to stretch, but Huntsberger is also closing in just a little bit as well to Jack Katowski as here watching on this battle as we watch Kai Park lead the charge and lead the field.
Got some, not breaking news, but a reminder from our producer, Trevor Blue, that everybody on track can expect a cookout going on this afternoon as they are roasting a pig in honor of the luau theme tonight.
Wonder if they're going to do it Hawaiian style. Bake it, cook it in the ground.
There you go. Great move there we just saw from Min Lewis getting that pass on, I believe that is lap traffic. Maybe it was Griffin Heyman. It looked really cool. As we see Lewis there in that other Kart Republic machine. Round the outside. That is lap traffic, the 16 there of Brogan Wren.
Park, Katowski, Huntsberger, a really good fight amongst them as we watch their way through, just negotiating through the lap traffic there. You see Katowski, but for Katowski, it's all about just keeping the gap between himself and Wyatt Huntsberger. Huntsberger not really making up time. In fact, he's 4/10 off the pace. I would have to say it had to be a major issue for him to make a run on Katowski here in the closing stages.
Only one kind of big mover to highlight this final. It's been Wyatt Huntsberger, who's gained 2 positions after rolling off in 5th and has slowly chipped away at that gap to Jack Katowski, but still not within striking distance. 6 seconds, the difference between the 92 and the 3 on track. 1 minute and 2 laps to go, and it has been all Kai Park out front.
Here comes their way through as we watch your race leader of Kai Park leading the charge. Once again, approaching more lap traffic, about to put Cooper Nystrom again another lap down, but gets blocked up as we have trouble. The 141 of Sam Hornish, and it looks like to be the 16 of Brogan Wren making contact to Trinity Karting Group Burrell Arts around here in the hook.
Was some great running so far for Sam Hornish. Absolute heartbreak for the 141. He's able to get that kart going. I don't think we can say the same for Brogan Wren. And here comes your race leader, Kai Park, through the fishhook and needs 2 more clean laps to put a pin on an absolute masterclass this Saturday.
Absolutely, as he comes across the line, 2 laps to go for your leader. Gap now still about 3.2 seconds. Incredible run that we're seeing here in the closing stages from Kai Park. And for Jack Katowski, well, it's win number 5. It's looking to be in his favor for him, as well as we wait to get the white flag and the checkered flag in order to make it official for the drivers that we see running 1 and 2.
Huge thank you to all of you for making our Saturday a part of yours over the past couple of months here for MCC karting. And we hope you'll join us for the final 3 rounds, with round 6 kicking off tomorrow morning. Same time, same place. White flag for Kai Park. Just needs 1 more clean lap.
One more time around for him, and he is setting on smooth sailing for the time being here. And really great drive that we're seeing coming out of Kai Park and Jack Katowski here in the closing stages of this race. Incredible to see what he can accomplish here today as they make the run down up to the top of the hill for the final time. And so far, your driver currently leading the charge as Kai Park looking to collect his first win of the season, as they go side by side between some black
Sam
traffic.
Hornish right in front there.
Sam Hornish, yep. And around out of the final corner, Kai Park captures the flag here in your mini Swift category. Katowski will come home in second, but win in the micro division. Great drive to see between the 2 drivers.
Jack Katowski not able to close that gap, but will take the micro win with a healthy 4-second lead over a charging Wyatt Huntsberger. Drew Schneider and Min Lewis going to stand on the mini podium as Griff Heyman and Cooper Nystrom are en route to wrap things up for the micros. We'll step aside for just a moment. When we come back, final 2 events of the day when the KA Juniors and Pro-Am come on track for their finals. Stay with us.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
And with that, we welcome you back to the action here at MCC. It's time to get set to go racing. 2 more races left to go. Your KA Juniors and your KA Seniors that are about to head out and do battle here today. You're going to catch all the conclusions of action live on Kart Chaser. We get set to go racing. We're currently a little ahead of schedule, which is a good thing right now, as the drivers head out onto the track here for their final race of the day for the KA Juniors. Here's your starting lineup. It's Nico Katowski's turn to go up there, and Alex Kutcher. Katowski's and Kutcher's going to do battle. Homer Heyman and Ben Gleberman in row 2, followed by Alder Klein and Alejandro Gallego, followed by William Richards, Caleb Serscone, Robert Lash, and Lila Beck, your top 10.
Saw a really good drive to the front from Robert Lash before getting picked up by some issues in that Junior A final. Going to be very fun to see what he can do from P9. Lila Beck also has shown us some really strong pace this season. Don't let that P10 result in the pre-final confuse you. Still plenty of pace here in the bottom half of this field. So could see an absolute heck of a show here to wrap things up for KA Jr. with Pro-Am wrapping things up here. On to the tram lines. Katowski on the inside. Kucher on the outside. It's Heheman in third. Gleberman in fourth. Bailiff at the command, trying to balance them out. They will abide. And for the final time today, KA100 Jr. will see the green flag. Great start on the inside from Katowski. And will fly off to the inside, side by side further back. Looks like Heyman able to gain a handful of spots at the start and will go from fourth to second.
One of the biggest starts I've seen on the field here today, and Katowski will lead the charge once again, heading off into the lead. And already one kart goes off into the grass as Kucher holds on to second place. That will drop Heyman back to third, and here comes the rest of the drivers barreling down. It's a sea of red with the Burrell Army.
Gallego trying to make a move to the inside of Klein, able to get it at the point of the hook. Great stuff there. As behind Klein, the Burrells, the TKG machines going at it. Great start from Kucher, but lost some spots. So too did Heyman, but nobody home for Nico Katowski, who is shot out like an absolute cannon. Second and a half over the remainder of this field.
Nico Katowski is going to try to follow in his brother Jack Katowski's footsteps with a win here today, as he looks to do so currently with a 1.3 second lead over Alex Kucher. Alex, of course, wanting to follow in his dad and his uncle's footsteps, with him trying to come out with a strong finish here today and moving up with a race win as well as they make the run into the hook. So far, though, it is just Katowski being by himself out for a Saturday drive.
We've seen so much of Nico Katowski on the national level and has done so good in his young career. It's not too much of a surprise to see him this dominant this early in the final. But Alex Kucher will try to close that gap with help from Heyman and Gleberman. But again, you've got to ask yourself, at what point does that trust go out the window when you try to fight for scraps in the mid-pack? Still plenty of time. But as the time ticks down and opportunities start to trickle away, we might see some aggression here from second on back.
Absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on this battle here for the race lead as they work their way through in second on back, because we're watching Kucher holding off a gaggle of cars as Adler Klein picks up a spot, move him up into fourth, getting around Gleberman.
Robert Lash trying to make the chrome horn work there on Adler Klein. Did not crack under that pressure behind and will hold on to fifth for the time being. Not out of the woods just yet, though, because that 832 is right there as third on back starts to dilute just a smidge here. Heyman starting to get a gap, but he's looking very, very racy, trying to take P2 away from Alex Kucher. He had strong pace in the first handful of corners, and if it wasn't for that mistake, would still be the runner-up in this final. He's trying to work himself back to the point and lead this pack to the lead.
He's got a lot of work to do. Heyman trying to work with Kucher because he realizes with these two battling it out, you're going to lose track of your race leader of Katowski. And as they come across the line, let's see what the gap is. Katowski, fastest lap of the race. Kucher and company, no gain whatsoever. Almost half a second lost that time by.
51.379 from Katowski, just putting in his fastest lap, a 51.877 from Kucher. So 2.5 second gap and dropping right now, and gaining, I suppose, from Katowski to the remainder of the field. So this is why you're seeing that aggression from Heyman and maybe some frustration that he's seeing Alex Kucher to defend this heavy, but he might be the cork in the bottle right now, holding this field up. Ooh, almost going around further back. Klein got into the bumper of the 833 and had to gather it back up, lost a position as a result, but the two Burrell ART cars are going at it side by side across the line. Beck and Lash. And Lash able to get that move back on the inside of the 811, Lila Beck.
Lila Beck doing a great job, trying to pick up a couple of spots here. Currently has picked up 3 spots since the start of the race here and looking to try to improve upon that. Same thing with Robert Lash, who has moved up 3 spots as well.
More defense to the middle of the track there for Alex Kucher. Holding on to P2 right now from Homer Heyman. Len Gleberman waiting in the wings as well in that 863 cart. But no one able to make a move in the mid-pack. No one able to catch. Nico Katowski out in front last time by a 51.921 from your race leader. That's 0.6 quicker than Alex Kucher, 51.807. Nobody still able to find that pace.
No one is indeed showing to find that pace that he needs, and they are doing everything that they can, but it's to no avail. Nico Katowski is in a whole nother zip code, as Kucher is doing a great job of being on the defense to keep Homer Heyman behind.
No run to the inside line there for Kucher to defend. And Heyman finally gets that machine glued to the bumper of the 878. Are we going to see a move this time by at the stripe? It's a good exit from Kucher, but the draft effect starts to come into play here. Hard to make that move into turn 1 unless you're already side by side, so it might be a little bit until we see this. And I think also a factor right now in this gap extending is the fact that Kucher and Heyman are honestly kind of battling with each other. You see Kucher defending, going to the middle of the track. For whatever reason, he really wants to hold on to P2 right now. And that could be a reason they're making expensive moves. They're building that gap themselves a little bit here, Taylor.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they are building significant gaps as well. Keep an eye on the action amongst our competitors here as the field works their way around the circuit. Really excited to see how this all plays out amongst them as they work their way out of the final corner. Katowski doing a great job, but no pressure whatsoever from Kucher as he is trying to lead the charge, but it is going to not work out in anyone's favor whatsoever, because I have to say, looking over at the lap times of our competitors, Katowski's in a whole nother zip code. He would need something significant to happen.
And it's been like that in the championship standings as well. Katowski entering this weekend at 1,232 points. Adler Klein, your runner-up for the time being, about 100 points back at 1,140. Maybe a new Sparko suit could help find a little bit of extra pace there for Adler Klein running in the mid-pack right now. You can scan that zip code on the bottom right hand of your screen and get yours at shopakr.com, a proud sponsor of Kart Chaser.
Field now works their way around the circuit here with only 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in the conclusion of today's racing action. And so far, it is just going to be watching this battle for second between Kucher and Heyman as they are doing everything they can to try and hold off the hard charge that we're seeing from the rest of the field. Gleberman falling off the pace a little bit as well. You see him right there in the background as he tries to hold steady for the time being.
So Adler Klein, your championship runner-up, is leading this 3-pack a little bit further back in the field right now. 5th leading Robert Lash and Lila Beck, as you see them right there on the right-hand side of your screen. But that's, I think, why we're also seeing so much defense right now from Alex Kucher. He knows that this is going to be some great points and potentially taking P2 in the championship. So maybe being happy with what you're running right now, going to work on the cart overnight and making the right changes to maybe try and close that gap to Katowski tomorrow. But go to bed knowing that you've got a closer championship fight than you did going into the week.
It certainly is the case. Homer Heyman, though, not having the good points run that he was hoping, as just as we say that, how about Nico Kwiatkowski setting a record lap time here today with a 51.012, and that's on his 10th lap, mind you, with still 3 laps to go left in the race. There you see him come across the line, 30 seconds plus the additional 2 laps. It's just a great Saturday afternoon drive for him, and I gotta say, he's probably wanting to hurry up so he can go get a hold of that pig that's getting roasted here later on at the end of the night.
"15 seconds, 2 laps to go here in the Pro-Am, or excuse me, in the Junior Final here. And even the top 3 now finally starting to dilute. I'll tell you what, though, Ben Gleberman at the back of that pack, starting to make it a 3-car battle, but Nico Kwiatkowski simply untouchable. He'll see the twin sticks this time back, but the battle for the podium is far from over. Homer Heyman right on the bumper of Alex Kucher once again. And Ben Gleberman in P4 just further back in the 863. He's standing by to make some moves.
Here we go, 2 laps to go, and Kucher's doing everything he can to hold back Heyman in the closing stages of this race. Can he hold on to it? We're going to find out as they make the run down into the back half of the course. So far, it is not working in his favor as they try to gather things back up. And here they come out of the final couple of corners here with 1 more lap to go. Anything is possible amongst these competitors as they come up to the top of the hill, and Heyman has that second place. Kucher trying to get back to second, but so far not working out in his favor, as here comes Kwiatkowski to take the white flag.
Nobody home for the 892, but who's going to stand on those bottom 2 spots of the podium? It looks like it'll be Heyman, but here comes Kucher with another look to the inside, just able to chop the nose off of Heyman and get back into P2. Gleberman trying to work his way into the mix as we come out of turn number 1. Heyman right on the bumper of Kucher in the 878, a battle that's been going on not just the past 10 minutes, but all day long. Comes down to its absolute boiling point, and Heyman behind the 878 once again.
Nico Kwiatkowski currently just coming out of the heel of the boot, but we got to watch this battle for second between Kucher and Heyman, throwing Ben Gleberman in the mix as they come out through the final couple of corners. But for Nico Kwiatkowski, it is checkered flag in the air for him as he will pick up the win. It's now going to be determined who is going to drag race for second as they come down across the front straightaway. It will be Alex Kucher who will get that second spot ahead of Homer Heyman.
P2 in the championship, Adler Klein going to come home P5 ahead of Robert Lash and Lila Beck. Here comes Alejandro Gallego to the line in P8. That'll leave Caleb Cersoni to the line and P9. Curtain call coming up for day 1 from Cincy with the KA Pro-Am. Stay with us.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing? Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night. Come on, man. Do you have anything I can drink? Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative. Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6, yeah, it's good. B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo. Try Perico.
It is time for the final race of the day. Your KA100 seniors out on the track, and here is your starting lineup. On the pole position, it's Logan Muller, followed by Addison Ianello, looking to see if she can sweep the 2 senior categories today, but she's got to worry about Rush Gary and Tyler Prestel in row 2. Wyatt Deegan and Will Steele, your championship leader, are in row 3. Ryan Miller and Dante Rodriguez in row 4. Braden Heber and Emerson Blatt in row 5. And then to wrap up the rest of the field, it's Natalia Stemmel, Gavin Degenhart, Shane Hambrick, Max Klein, Marcus Batchoon, James Geist, and Michael Makers, your 17 kart field. Officials giving them the big slowdown here. It's going to be a big show indeed, I have to say. Field now enters into the tram line to get themselves set for the final race of the day. Sean Bailiff giving the final warning, like, hey, remember the blue cone right there. Don't go past it as far as making a pass or firing off before you cross the blue cone line. Into the tram line, green flag is out, and we're racing here into turn number 1. And how about Addison Ianello getting a good jump on the race lead around the outside? That will move Prestel back further, and then Gary moving up a little bit as well as they make the run down into turn 3 and 4. Here comes Muller right there to try to go around the outside of Prestel to move up into second. Then also you're going to see Gary moving his way through the field as they try to negotiate all the craziness that's happening. Gary back to P5. Deegan up inside the top 4 as Addison Ianello and that Lando Norris kart is gone and out for lunch here today.
2 Burrell karts going at it just behind her as everybody continues to throw wheels here, working out of the fish hook for the first time. Good run further back. I believe that's Deegan trying to make that move on the outside. Prestel down low on the 217, trying to clear Will Steele. What a phenomenal pre-final it was for Will, essentially working from last to 6th and just gained another 3 positions at the start. A phenomenal start, though, for Addison Ianello, who gets us going as they're fighting big time. 3 wide coming out of turn number 4.
Big move right there as one kart hits the dirt. That's the 924 machine of Rodriguez. Moves up a couple of spots as they crest over the hill. Steele, though, trying to see if he can work with his teammate of Muller to try to catch Addison Ianello here as they go into the hook. Down to the inside is going to be Rush Gary moving up around to get a couple of positions ahead. As Braden Heber also trying to get into the hunt as you see some finger pointing, trying to figure out what they can do as they come across the line here. Muller and Steele now trying to work together. Prestel and how about Miller moving up a couple of spots. Ryan Miller, 4 spots gained since the start of the race.
So again, a plethora of different leaders and winners so far this season, but the difference has been that stone cold consistency that Will Steele has had all season long. Wins are flashy, podiums and top 5 finishes. That's what makes you win championships, and this is exactly the spot that Steele wants to be in to maintain that championship lead. Logan Muller wants a little bit more. He looks to the inside of Addison Ianello and gets back to the point for the first time since the pre-final.
Absolutely great drive right there as we see Muller give a little tap of the helmet saying, come on, let's work and pull away from the competition. Will Steele tips the grass a little bit. Rush Gary now leads that second group as Rodriguez looks to the inside of Prestel. Actually, that's Miller right there who looks to the inside of Gary and will move his way through around Prestel as they make the run toward Heber sitting in the catbird seat in 7th. As they work their way into turn 4 and 5. And so far, as we can see this right, Rush Gary trying to see if he can help close the gap to your top 3.
3.5 second gap between them, and with how much they've been kind of throwing hands at one another in the opening laps, it's going to take a lot of calming down in this mid-pack to see if that's viable. But right now, this is the first time we've seemingly seen everybody checked up single file through the fishhook, so it's certainly possible. Ianello back to the point right now, trying to make that pressure as here comes Prestel to the inside of Ryan Miller, able to get that move done through turn 1. Miller trying to roll that momentum to the outside to swing back. It's not enough.
It is not enough indeed. And then meanwhile, you have Prestel, Miller, and company. Heber dropping back a couple of spots as well as he struggles to find his opening around the circuit as we watch them work their way around. And so far, Will Steele falling off the pace of Iannello and Muller as they start to pull away from the competition. Gary also breaking away from the rest of the group.
Ooh, big slide there from Miller. Or excuse me, Haber there in the 78, and that checks everybody up as it gets so narrow in the fishhook. If you're not already side by side, you've got nowhere to go in that scenario. Breakaway though from Rush Gary from the remainder of this pack. He's got himself stranded on an island, and he's got to dig deep to try and get to the podium spots. I'll tell you what though, with how much Iannello and Muller are going at it right now, it's certainly possible. They're pushing themselves away from Steele.
They certainly are pushing away and really making it work currently as Rush Gary sets the fastest lap of the race as he crests up over the hill and works his way to try and catch up to the driver of Will Steele. Currently about 2.6 seconds separates himself as Iannello's trying to find her way back around into the race lead as they come out of the fishhook under halfway here, plus 2 laps.
Muller with a healthy gap now, but Iannello keeping him honest with 4 minutes to go. Fastest lap last time by Rush Gary at 51.594, just over a tenth quicker than the remainder of the field. We saw a little bit of a mistake from him coming out of turn 7 last time by. That's what put Prestel to the front of that pack. There he is now, leading Rush Gary, Ryan Miller, and Brandon Haber. This whole freight train all the way back to about P9 with Wyatt Deegan at the back. Goes off again, gives an opportunity for Gary to take that spot back as they come up to turn number 7. Prestel goes middle there, trying to defend, now goes back up to the top.
Prestel's doing a great job of going on the defensive right now, and they are starting to make a little bit of ground on Will Steele as one kart goes off into the dirt. We'll see who that is here in a moment, but here comes Iannello to the lead as she gets around Logan Muller for the race lead with under 4 minutes to go, and let's see if she can find her way. She learned a thing or two about it with James Overbeck earlier today, and looking to try to continue on as they come cresting over the hill here momentarily. Here they come over through the cut through of turn number 5, and Iannello trying to hold off the hard charger of Muller as they come up. Here they come through. Will Muller try to duck down to the bottom? No, he's going to stay tucked up behind Iannello for the time being as we have the one kart of Dante Rodriguez out of the race. Or that Degenhardt, actually. Yeah, Gavin Degenhardt out of the race after having that issue
Just
off track as, Will Steele goes off course.
Will Steele goes off, and we just missed that move as Iannello just went a little bit too wide there going into the fishhook, left that door open, and Muller swept on by to take the lead of the race once again. So yes, a mistake from Steele, but again, with these two, camaraderie has been thrown out the window. It's all about who wants to lead this thing and be in the prime position for the end. Iannello trying to find a way around Muller.
Now she's got to reset, focus back in. She knows she has the pace to go and challenge Muller for the race lead. Now we have to see what she does. Into the hook she goes, gets a good run, slides the tires though a little bit. That's a bit concerning. Hopefully she doesn't keep sliding them, otherwise she will lose that grip that she needs to help keep up the pace that she is putting with Muller as they come out of the final corner. 2 minutes to go here as Muller looks over the shoulder to see what the gap is across the line. Here we go, and how about Addison Iannello and Muller setting almost identical lap times under a tenth of a second as here comes this bigger group led further back by Ryan Miller for 6.
Miller, Haber, Klein, and Wyatt Deegan all in lockstep working through turn number 3. And we start to see a 2-car breakaway just further up. Ryan Prestel, Rush Gary going at it as well. And this is where there are no friends among racers anymore. We're going to see some moves here absolutely for position with Haber right behind Miller, going to try and make that stick on the inside of the fishhook. Can't get it done.
Here on the competition as we watch their way through. How about Prestel trying to hold off Rush Gary for 4th, and pass for position right there as Deegan gets around Klein for the 8th spot. Great pass as they head off in the 2.
One of the lone magic carts getting the moves on the home crowd team, the TKG Burrells. And back up to the point, it's a Burrell out in front and another underdog. That Lando Norris chassis of Addison Iannello still has the fastest lap and is in the prime position to snatch this lead once again from Logan Moeller. What a battle it's been between these two all day long. Iannello already getting that 206 win. She wants to get it, though, in the KA100 Sr too.
Little tap of the helmet right there as we get 30 seconds to go, so about 3 laps, and Muller sets fastest lap of the race with Iannello just helping pull away from Will Steele here, which is a smart move. They want to not make it to where the Lando Norris cart is under immense pressure from the 2 Burrell and losing more time. So she's working with them, just trying to see if they can set something up. They still have 2 more laps here as they come up to the hill, and really, I'm looking to see what she can do here coming into the fish hook. Not this lap, but the next time by.
Moeller looking to the inside, trying to get that move on the Kentucky kid, Logan Moeller, who has led the fair majority, has just the slightly bigger piece of this pie for laps led today. And we'll see the twin sticks this time by as Iannello starting to run out of sand in the hourglass to get that move done.
She's got enough time, but I think it might be too little too late. She has made some great passes going into these certain passing opportunity zones that we will see through the cut through as they approach the S's. Addison Iannello looking to try to find her way back up to the front of the field. Will she try here? She looks to see tucked up behind, not going to push it. May try an over-under as she looks her way through into the hook. Stays up top towards the top of the racetrack, try to dime in that corner a little bit, keeping the momentum up. But there you see, Muller just gets enough power off corner exit to lead the charge. White flag in the air.
Prime position here. It's going to take a lot of defense. Here comes Iannello to the inside. Tries to go middle to defend, but it's not enough. Iannello sneaks by on the grass, just dropping a tire to get that move done, and gets back to the point with just a handful of quarters to go.
Addison Iannello making a beautiful pass for position to take home the race lead, looking to sweep both the senior categories in today's competition as they come up. Lando Norris and the BJR machine. She goes on the defense, white lining down the back straightaway. Muller's going to have to try something on the outside and cross her over. It leaves the door. Could she try the same move? Not going to work this time as they snake their way through the S's out of the final corner. Muller gets a great run. They're going to go side by side out of the final corner. Drag race to the start-finish line. Who's going to come out on top? It looks like Muller by a nose, and Addison Iannello gets it by just half of a tenth of a second. How about that? Great job for the girl right there as she comes out on top. She is the one who sweeps both the senior categories today.
Absolute cinema for Addison Iannello by a nose for Logan Moeller. It's been a perfect reflection of the competition and just the gap of performance from these two all day long. And with all that battling, Will Steele gets a healthy pickup of championship points going into Sunday. Prestel, Gary, Haber, Deegan, Klein, Miller, and Batchown rounding out your top 10. What a way to cap off Saturday at MCC.
Well, you know what? All that racing sure did make me hungry, I have to say. So if you're here at the track, make sure to go check out the amazing pig roast that's happening here today. But of course, all of you out here, thank you for tuning in on Kart Chaser's coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. We'll be back at it here tomorrow morning with qualifying starting just a little bit around 10 o'clock in the morning. Then we'll, of course, go into the behind the paywall around noon. So make sure, subscribe, tell your friends, tune in for more great racing action, whether it be here in Ohio or out in Dousman, Wisconsin for the Route 66. Of course, I got to come over to you, Jackson, your first time here for the MCC. Give us your final thoughts.
I mean, when you have two photo finishes with less than a tenth between them. That's a pretty good day of go-karting, I'll tell you what. Man, what a phenomenal drive in both categories from Addison Ianello. And it's such a dynamic course. We've seen this evolve in a lot of moves placed in new spots that we haven't really seen happen. You can see these streaks on track as the track is rubbered in over the course of the day. And the Briggs have raced so differently than the KAs. It's genuinely surprised me. I honestly just want to time skip this afternoon and just get straight into it tomorrow.
Well, we'll be back at it tomorrow. And, of course, for all of our amazing producer, of course, Trevor Blue out there for helping with production, our camera operators out there on the circuit. And, of course, we'll be back at it tomorrow morning. For Jackson Lambros, I'm Taylor Burris. See you next time live on Kart Chaser.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.